We have, as always, very intense program. We will start with two keynote presentations, followed by a special session. Then we're going to have a coffee break, and we will continue with the regular program. As yesterday, we have this nice device, and that's the time. So again, when you hear it, time is up. You should just stop immediately. Our first speaker will be Paul Labar from the United States, and he will talk about technical feasibility for hypersensitive HRP2 infection detection test to support malaria elimination.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here, and thanks for all the organization that went into this event. I think after a day like yesterday on the global stock markets, we're all very vindicated to be scientists in the health industry and not financial advisors. So it's good to be amongst, the good side. So I'm here today to talk about malaria. Probably a few of you are from malaria endemic countries. And specifically about a program called Diameter, which is Diagnostics for Malaria Elimination Toward Eradication. We're working on a HRP2 infection detection test specifically to detect those low-density infections that tend to continue the cycle of transmission even when prevalence gets pretty low. So malaria is a pretty important topic. I know you guys talked a little bit about it with a few speakers yesterday. Currently, there's about 200 million infections per year globally. 500,000 people die annually. 90% of those are in Africa, and 80% of those deaths happen to be in children under 5. That's the good news. That's a lot of progress that's been made over the last couple decades to get to those numbers. But those numbers are under attack and threatened if we don't do something and do it soon. What I mean is there are multiple forms of insecticide resistance as well as drug resistance to artemisinin. It happens to be one of the best working drugs. And because of this onset of resistance and without a lot of robust new drugs in the portfolio, the product development portfolio, all those gains over the last 2 decades are threatened. And so we talk about accelerating towards eradication. How fast can we get there? Can we beat the evolution of this very smart parasite so that we can get past these problems brought on by resistance? Acceleration means that we don't just treat the clinical cases and combat mortality and morbidity. We need to get rid of transmission, and that means we need to go underneath those sick cases, look for the asymptomatics, look for the low-density infections. And currently, we really don't have the tools to do that. Microscopy and RDTs are great for clinical case diagnosis. We really need something more sensitive like PCR. But to do that in the field, as you know, is quite impossible in most of the regions that we're talking about. Let me get started. First of all, I work for PATH. PATH, we're one of the global leaders in technology innovation. Our mandate is to save the lives of women and children. And we do this all through partnering and harnessing innovation and technology. We do it across 5 platforms: vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, devices, and system and service innovations. And here's a quick look at our diagnostics portfolio that I'm going to specifically be talking about malaria here. But we work in malaria, neglected tropical diseases, HIV, TB, non-communicable diseases, and broadly on diagnostic platforms. So Diameter, as I said, is diagnostics for malaria elimination to eradication. And the aim of Diameter is translational science. We're trying to make new products with our partners to detect low-density infections. We are the managing partner for a portfolio of projects at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And right now our focus is commercializing a high-quality, robust, low-cost, easy-to-use, qualitative, histidine-rich protein 2 test. We call it the IDT, an infection detection test that differentiates it from RDTs, which are the commercial tests today. And we're looking to do this in a matter of months by 2017. The target product profile for this product is HRP2. As I said, we're looking to do 10 times better than existing rapid diagnostic tests, but we want to use the same easy-to-use, low-cost platform that's been out there. So I'm going to give some details on where we are in the technical feasibility phase later on in this talk. But first off, before you start translational science towards any product, you really want to make sure that you try to nail down the target product profile. This is sort of the blueprint by which you're going to follow and by which you're going to judge your success. It is dynamic. It's constantly updated, and especially in the case of malaria and malaria infection detection, where the actual interventions for eradication are still evolving and products are co-evolving with interventions, we have to be dynamic and constantly vigilant to be updating this target product profile. And really, the target product profile must start with an understanding of current markets. What are products on the market today? What are they doing? What are the trends? And what do we want to do that's better than that? So let's take a look at current market. It's pretty astounding, the malaria diagnostics market. Take a look at Africa down here. Decade and a half ago, where only 10% of the clinical cases were actually diagnosed using some sort of diagnostic method. Again, lots of progress. Right now, we're probably somewhere between 75 and 80% in Africa. So great trends there. A lot of those diagnoses are done with microscopy, which is often referred to as the gold standard. But I want to challenge that. Is it really a good gold standard? Here we are more than a century ago, where certainly microscopy was the gold standard at the turn of the century. And today, what's the gold standard? Well, we're all using our cell phones and computers, and it's magical, right? No, the same gold standard. Microscopy is being done largely the same way it was more than a century ago. So not a lot of technology innovation in the basic gold standard, as it's referred to. I say that, and yet, the sources of variation that we're all familiar with microscopy have been addressed quite well by the WHO, or as well as they can be. There's this nice manual here. Lots of training goes on in the field, and it addresses the variation due to technique, slide preparation, and slide interpretation. Those are things that can be addressed, but there's a lot of variation that cannot be addressed. What about the variation due to biology? A single time point capture of microscopy is a static determination of a very dynamic infection. So inherently, your best microscopy is still very flawed. Here's why. This is just one example put out by Anna Farnhart in 1997, showing the periodicity of children with asymptomatic malaria, where they have lots of parasites and then they go away. They sequester, and then they come back and they go away. And this periodicity is well documented in the literature. That's for a single infection. And here's the sort of variability that it can result in. People expect to look for parasites, and the positivity rate of routine microscopy not only sometimes underestimates, but in this case, paper that came out in 2011, routine microscopy way overestimated what the true microscopy rates were, as determined by expert microscopists down here. In fact, the rapid diagnostic tests in blue did pretty well compared to the expert microscopy. So microscopy, the gold standard, very flawed and certainly not appropriate for elimination. Here's a steady increase in the RDT market, which is good because I think that's a step up from microscopy in many settings, especially since the training requirements and the capital equipment requirements for a microscope are much less. And here's what's happened over time in the last half decade to prices, which I think anyone could argue this is a good thing, right? Prices are dropping, makes it more accessible to the populations. But this is actually, from a product development standpoint, a very bad thing. Prices dropping create a disincentive to innovation. And so there's a baseline that WHO has established that says they're going to test everything to about 200 parasites per microliter. And that's fantastic for clinical cases of malaria, because most malaria is above 200 parasites per microliter. But if you're trying to stop transmission and you're going for those so-called asymptomatic cases, you have to go much, much lower, 2 log lower than that. And there's no incentive for any of the manufacturers who have razor-thin margins. They're producing tests for maybe about 25 cents cost and selling them for 30 cents. They're not making a lot of money. They're going to strip out all the bells and whistles, hit that 200 parasites, and no better than that. And like I said, that's great for control measures when mortality and morbidity is the driver. But moving from control to elimination, the goals are different. We're trying to interrupt the chain of local malaria transmission. We need to go deeper. We need to go find those asymptomatics, and we need to end transmission. Elimination also has a very dynamic epidemiology that's characterized by hotspot reservoirs. These are geographically clustered centers of malaria prevalence. Clinical presentation is non-existent in many cases. Infection densities are much lower than clinical case densities. There's demographic shift, interspecies shift, moving from falciparum to vivax. And then I want to talk a little bit about diagnostic resistance. I won't go over all of these for lack of time, but I'll cover a few of them. The hot spots. This is really going to dictate perhaps both the target product profile and the interventions that you use. Because we know there's these geographically clustered spaces of malaria, we can go in and do test and treat innovations. Now, WHO reviewed the evidence for test and treat interventions in April, and they said, well, with existing diagnostics, these don't work very well. With a new diagnostic that we're aiming at, 10 times better, we're very hopeful to create data that these do well. You certainly can't go in, pull samples, and bring them back to a laboratory, because that's going to create days of delay, and you're going to go back, you're not going to find the people who were infected in the first place. So what you want is a point of care test that community health care workers can administer house to house. That's the sort of test that we're looking for. I think the iceberg is a really nice graphic analogy for some of the differences between the symptomatics and then this unseen, nobody really knows how big it is, part of the iceberg that's below the surface of the water, not walking into clinics. These are the asymptomatics that we're targeting. This, again, drives the interventions. Infection density, the proportion of submicroscopic carriers varies with prevalence, but as you can see down here where PCR prevalence is, say, about 40%, you're still only measuring 20% with slide prevalence. So there's a disproportionate number of submicroscopic cases at the low densities, and then it starts to correct itself as you get on parity with a higher prevalence. So that's infections. This is more about infectiousness. Those low density infections, as you go lower and lower, the parasites pick up fewer and fewer gametocytes, and so they're less likely to transmit. However, the estimates are that at these low prevalences, these numbers are only estimates and only based on a few very small studies, but it does estimate somewhere between 20 to 50% of the infections that are ongoing are caused by these submicroscopic carriers. So they are important. Do you need to detect every single one of them? Probably not. But you do need to go lower than today's commercial RDTs. Talk a little bit about detectability, just to again, characterize what we're trying to do here. Clinical symptoms, above that's the tip of the iceberg there, right? And there's the transmission limit, which really doesn't exist. It's a probabilistic determination. It's statistics. There is no true limit until you get down to 2 gametocytes. Lower than that, you can't transmit. But really, it's hard to measure that. And then here's the detection limit by slide or RDTs. And there's a lot of time between when you can detect on a chronic infection something with an RDT and the point where it's no longer transmitting. That is a lot of time. What we're trying to do is minimize that amount of time and end it much sooner with the new infection detection technologies. One thing we're not addressing immediately, because we're only working on an HRP2 specific test, which is specific to falciparum only, this shift in species proportions. We're going to have to address that later on in our portfolio of products that we're working on. Because as you can see in these 2 islands, Tumoto and Isabel in the South Pacific, that as you decrease falciparum, which they did very effectively here, the proportion of Vivax cases on this side went from less than 50% almost to 100%. So they got rid of falciparum, and then there's this underlying Vivax that's much, much harder to get rid of. And then finally, resistance isn't just about insecticides and drugs. There's this paper called The Last Man Standing is the most resistant. But we know that resistance comes up in nature all the time. It's this detection resistance that we like to characterize with this Arctic hare. And that's in fact happening, or perhaps happening, in areas most documented in South America, Peru, for example, where this protein that we're looking for that's specific to falciparum is suddenly not there in some of the population. 10 years ago, it was 14% in Ixtapa, and now it's about 75%. What's causing this? Nobody knows. How prevalent is this HRP2 deletion, which is really our #1 biomarker for detection? If it's not there, you can't detect them. This is a concern. So over-reliance on HRP2 is something that we all should be very vigilant on early on in the product development process. New diagnostic use cases. Whoops, let's see. I think there's a slide mismatch. But new diagnostic use cases, let's take a look at this. When people are just sick, we use what's called passive case detection. People are coming into the clinic with malaria symptoms, you test them, you diagnose them. That's not the case for these submicroscopic asymptomatic infections. So you have to be much more active about going out into the community to find them. So we created this taxonomy for the new use cases created by the drive towards elimination. And active gets broken down into reactive, where perhaps you haven't seen malaria for quite a long time. All of a sudden you get an index case. You don't know where that was imported or it was underlying all the time. So you go in, you do an investigation, and you might go house by house and define your treatment area by a radius around that house. That's reactive. There's more proactive tactics as well. I talked about going into hot spots using mass testing and treatment or focus testing and treatment, but also hot pops. These might be your forestry workers, your fishermen, going out and accessing them at the point where they're coming back to their communities and bringing back transmission. This is also another proactive tactic. Talk a little bit about biomarkers very quickly here. How are we doing on time, by the way? 5 minutes? Okay. As I said, microscopy is a static determination of a dynamic infection. So perhaps we want a biomarker with a little bit of persistence. If you go all the way to your IgGs, well, these can last and circulate in the blood for 30 years. But gametocytes, hemozoin, HRP2, these are all somewhere with a half-life of around 15 to 60 days. That's actually pretty good. You might not be detecting people with an immediate infection, but certainly you're detecting people who arguably have an infection, are at risk to infection. They're operating within a population that has malaria parasites. Target product profile, again, that we're targeting, HRP2 only, Limit of detection of 100 picograms here. And we are in the technical feasibility phase, where there's a lot going on. And I'm only going to cover a few of these in a few minutes here. First off, we said we wanted to be 10 times better than commercial RDTs, but we had absolutely no documentation of how good commercial RDTs were at capturing HRP2. So working with FIND in Geneva and looking at the WHO product testing, we estimated that the limit of detection of current RDTs was about 600 picograms of HRP2. But we didn't feel very confident in that approximation. So we worked with FIND to actually test the top 5 performing RDTs on the market and determined that the limit of detection is more likely around 800 picograms. So now we have our baseline target. We want to do 10 times better than that. We're shooting for 80 picograms per milliliter now. However, HRP2 is a pain in the neck to work with. It's highly polymorphic. It is highly mutagenic, structurally variable, and that variability really impacts our ability to see it. As you can see here, the limit of detection drops down very significantly, which is good, as you have a higher number of these type 2 and so-called type 7 epitope repeats. So what are the implications? Well, the variability is going to have perhaps regional implications for how well the RDTs and the IDTs perform. So we need to watch this. So we're continuing to lead the work on HRP2 protein characterization and quantitation, which actually turns out to be very, very difficult to do consistently. And we're trying to work with governing bodies to create a standard for HRP2. And I think I'm going to have to wrap up with this. Infected versus infectious. We've got that iceberg that I talked about. The classical malaria symptoms are there, and then you've got a range of limits of detection of different detection methods, with the PCR typically defining the bottom of the iceberg. Here's your limit of detection for microscopy, and we're going to take a look at the percent of the population. Some of the population is going to be clinical. Some of the population is going to be asymptomatic and detectable by current RDTs. And then there's a percent of the population that's not detectable by current RDTs. That's the percent we're trying to address. In high transmission areas, microscopy maybe only misses about 25%, but in low transmission areas where you're getting closer to 0, almost as high as 90%. The contribution to the infectious reservoir, well, clinical has a much higher contribution. The asymptomatic detectable, much higher as well. And then this small population down here, which is what we're trying to get, actually contributes perhaps less. So we don't need to detect the very bottom of this. And I'm going to wrap up with 2 slides here. Building a better RDT, we're working with 5 partners for this right now. We're working on a number of methods to make the basic RDT better, including advanced capture agents, alternative reporters such as fluorescence, workflow innovations, changing your basic matrix porosity, for example, sample preparation, and we're also looking at non-invasive samples. We only started a little more than a year ago with 14 proposals that came in. We down selected to 5, and those 5 have been working feverishly over the last 6 months. We now have prototypes from 3 of those 5 in our laboratories in Seattle that are undergoing evaluations. So we're working pretty quickly to down select for the next 18 months of product development, trying to get a product on the market as quickly as possible, and we're looking to make a decision within the next few months. So here's our team, not here, that's not the team, here's our team. It's been a pleasure to talk to you today about malaria. I look forward to hearing more of your presentations. Thanks.
Thanks very much. We have time for 1 question. Okay, then I'll ask a quick one. I have more, but because I limited myself to 1. Okay. So you guys work mainly on diagnostics. Do you work on development, like drug development as well?
Yes. Yeah, so, PATH has evolved over 40 years, originally working in contraceptive technologies, and in the last 25 years.
Okay, so thanks for invitation to this conference. I welcome you on my lecture. And as you can see, my lecture will be dealing with relationship between parasitozoonosis, domestic animals, wildlife, and changing environment in the Slovak Republic. In the beginning of my presentation, I would like to introduce my country. Slovak Republic is located in the Central Europe, and it's often called the country in the heart of the Europe. Its population is over 5 million, and an area is about 50,000 square kilometers. Borders are naturally formed by rivers and mountains, and neighboring countries are, as you can see, Czech Republic, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, and Austria. The climate is continental with relatively warm summers and cold, cloudy, and humid winters. Slovak landscape is primarily noted for its mountains nature. There are nine national parks, a lot of numbers of natural caves and caverns, out of which 15 are open to the public. Most of the rivers stem in Slovak mountains, and there are around 175 naturally formed tarns and 8 man-created dams. As you can see, biodiversity is wide. I work at the Institute of Parasitology, Slovak Academy of Sciences, and the institute is a principal institution devoted to parasitological research in Slovakia territory, and the institute consists of 6 departments. Next part of my lecture will be devoted of the results of my Department of Environmental and Plant Parasitology. So recently we have regularly met with zoonosis problems in all the levels of our society. It interferes with issues of veterinary care and public health, what subsequently directly or indirectly influences the country economy. So we know that zoonoses are diseases common for both the animals and the people. And parasitozoonosis form a special part of zoonosis, where the source of infection could be an animal, but also man, in the body of which the agent of infections parasite can occur and is able to multiply and spread. Regarding the spreading of parasitozoonosis or helminthosis, pet animals are of great importance because they live in close contact with man. Infection and way of transmission depends, of course, on breeding and on environment in which animals move. For public health is very important helminthosis caused by toxocara in dogs and in cats. Because those helminths are of zoonotic potential. So in pilot studies, the occurrence of parasitic germs in dogs with different utilization were studied, and as you can see, the most frequent parasites in dogs in Slovakia were Toxocara canis. The main source of parasitic germs within the environments are feces of infected animals, and the big problem in large towns in Slovakia is increased growth of pet population and also high density of dog species, and thus a high environmental burden. In our country, up to 7% of dog feces are found on lawns with the dwelling houses nearby. And it's well known that that in contrast with other biological pathogens, endoparasitic germs are highly resistant in the environment and in outdoor conditions then can survive a long time. So they can represent a high risk factor for animals, but also for humans. Therefore, we studied also the possibility of soil contamination with propagative stages of intestinal parasites in towns and villages in Slovak Republic at the different public places which are of public health importance, such as public parks, playgrounds, sandpits, sidewalks, and so on. The first step was randomly collected feces of unknown dogs which were on these public places. And as you can see, the germs of 10 parasitic species were found in these excrements. And we didn't detect any differences between dogs from villages and from towns. But in fact, dogs from small towns and rural localities there are at higher risk infection because it's due they frequent outdoors activities, free movement in the environment contaminated with feces from wild animals, or consumption of small mammals or wastes from dead and killed wild boars. The high prevalence of Toxocara canis and other helminth species in dog species pointed to the contamination of the environment in which animals move. Sometimes in our country, this environment consists also of sandpits, and children, due to their close contact with animals and eating with grass, sands and soils, they are at higher risk of infection. Of course, the risk is greater in children which is suffering pica or geophagy. So another aim of our study was study the occurrence of parasitic contamination of sandpits. Sandpits were classified as unfenced and fenced. And out of 800 examined sandpits, parasites germs were found in 11.78% of them. And unfenced sandpits were found to be more significantly contaminated than fenced sandpits. The most frequent eggs in sandpits were again eggs of Toxocara species, because it's not possible to detect if it is Toxocara canis or Toxocara cati. In Slovakia, in urban and also in rural localities, there is also localities with low hygienic standards. It's especially Roma settlements, which are in east part of Slovakia. According to the Statistical Office of Slovak Republic, there are only 1.67% citizens of Roma nationality, but in reality, estimated number of those people ranges from 9 to 10%. Roma settlements are concentrated in a small area where live a large number of people. There is lack of sewerage, landfills, waste pits. There are a lot of untreated and uncontrolled animals, so there are a good transmission opportunities for zoonotic infections or diseases. That's why we also studied the occurrence of endoparasitic germs in dogs from these settlements. We collected the randomly fecal samples of dogs at public places, and as you can see, Toxocara canis X, Trichuris species X, Toxascaris leonina X, and X from the family Ankylostomatidae were detected at these samples. We didn't confirm differences between, again, urban and rural localities. And finding of Ascaris species X in dogs' excrements were very interesting. And these findings confirm coprophagy habits of dogs in Roma settlements, and also confirm the possibility of transmission of diseases between men and dogs. Soil as a potential source of zoonotic parasitic species will be also detected or studied, and as you can see in soil from Roma settlements, we detect only especially eggs of geohelminths, Ascaris, Toxocara, and Trichuris. So we can conclude that contaminated environment resulted in a high degree of parasitic contamination, which poses a significant risk of infections. Since children are more vulnerable, we also monitor the occurrence of intestinal parasites in children from these Roma settlements. And in positive stool samples from children without current clinical syndromes, the positive findings of Ascaris lumbricoides and Trichuris trichiura were detected as well. For comparison, in Roma children hospitalized in hospitals, the above-mentioned parasites were detected, but the prevalence was lower, like in children without clinical syndromes, like in healthy Roma children. The prevalence of intestinal parasites in our country in children from majority population is about 2%, and it means that these infections have not been eradicated fully in Slovakia. Based on our results, we can conclude that there is no difference in X presence in soil between the urban and rural environments, and also no significant association between the prevalence of endoparasitic X in feces. Besides the pet animals, there is also a widespread animal husbandry in our country. Changes that occurred in agriculture in the Slovak Republic after the year 1988 gave opportunity to form of numerous private-owned farms. It was especially pig farms. And as you can see, more than 83% of examined animals were positive for parasites, and the most frequent were Ascaris suum and Trichuris suis parasites. Under the change of socioeconomic conditions and after acceptation of common European market rules, decrease in breeding pigs were recorded in our country. A lot of animals are imported from European countries and slaughtered in our country, so there is possibility that some parasites can be new for our country. But as you can see, in slaughtered animals, we found only 4 kinds of parasite. Even if in the examined samples, the developmental stages of another zoonotic species were not detected, a potential introduction to our territory is not excluded in the future. We know that animal wastes frequently contain a lot of pathogens, most of which are of zoonotic character. in Slovakia for thousands of the years it was a common practice to dispose excrements of infected animals on land. And through these excrements, the germs of parasitozoonosis and also toxic chemicals can spread into the environment. So our study was also focused on possibility of seepage of hygiene hazard substances from animal liquid excrements. We studied vertical transport of bacteria, of course also of parasites, germs of parasites, and nitrogen substances through the horizon, as you can see on the pictures. And most of model X, it was X of Ascarisum, remained on the surface, on the soil, and we detect only Ascarisum at the random rate in deeper layers of soil. But we detected a high amount of bacteria and also of nitrogen substances in this deeper layer. So application of animal slurry to agricultural land may cause the soil and underground water contamination, which again posing a serious hazard to human and animal health. For effective health of citizens' protection, it's necessary to monitor the parasitozoonosis. It is treated by provision of the Slovak government on monitoring of zoonosis and the zoonosis agents. And of course, it's necessary also to have safe sanitation of organic wastes, which are, for example, on the towns, and also animal excrements. It's necessary to be safe sanitated. One possibility is anaerobic stabilization of those wastes in piles. But we can conclude that this way of treatment is associated with risk of dissemination, survival, and potential spread of developmental stages of endoparasites to the environment via anaerobically stabilized organic waste. Another possibility is use for sanitation composting. Composting is widely acceptable alternative for converting waste into a more useful eco-friendly fertilizer. We can compost a lot of organic materials. In our experiments, we compost, for example, waste from beer production, sludge, straw, wood pits, sawdust, byproduct from penicillin production, and poultry excrements. And based on our results, our results allowed us to reach following conclusions. A total devitalization of model Helminth X was observed after 48 hours of composting in the compost channels. And total devitalization of Helminth X occurred within 7 days of composting in the composting piles. So it means that this method for sanitation of organic waste contaminated with parasites is suitable. In our country, it's possible for sanitation use also lime. We tested another kind of lime. It was EnviroLime. Basic differences between typical lime and EnviroLime is introduced in the picture. In our experiment, we tested, we use mixed mixture of dog excrements and hay, and different doses of EnviroLime. And total devitalization of model Ascarisum X were observed within 8 days when we use higher doses of lime, and when we use lower doses, total devitalization was observed after 21 days. So the occurrence of intestinal parasites in animal excrements pose a source of contamination of the environment in urban and rural ecosystems in the Slovak Republic. And intestinal parasites represent still a silent hazard, not only for other animals, but also for the general public health. So thank you for your attention. And of course, I want to thank members of my department.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for questions. Oh, Mike. Here.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation conference.
Welcome.
My question is, do you have in your country some educational program in the school for the prevention of this disease, this parasitism?
No, there isn't a program, but there is possibility to inform public. For example, our institute, we have some project where we introduce our results to public, and such this way we start to learn how to treat the environment and how to take care about the animals, because sometimes it's a problem, especially in these Roma settlements.
Thank you very much.
The integration of educational technology and medical education is becoming increasingly popular. Parasitology, is a morphologic science that requires visual learning and a diversity of teaching methods in order to create an interesting course to students. The main objectives of my talk, I will give brief introduction or orientation about the best practice teaching methods I am using in Parasitology department in Dubai Medical College, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, student perception towards all teaching methods, and I will end my talk about our focused study. The teaching methods, the mainstreams in medical education falls into two main categories: teacher-centered and learner-centered, or teacher-directed and student-directed. Teaching methods in my department, I follow the same scheme. We have the small group teaching for the learner-directed and the large group teaching for the teacher-directed. I will start by a small group teaching or learning, the learner-centered education or student-centered education. Rule of students here is positive, and the rule of the faculty only to guide student rather than to be conveying information, which is essentially eliminates the passive rule of students in the classrooms. For small group teaching, we have 5 types of categories: small group discussion, case-based learning, problem-based learning, self-directed learning, and computer-assisted self-learning or computer-assisted based learning. For the small group discussion, it constitutes 5% of the total teaching hours of medical parasitology in my department. The students are divided in small group discussion into small groups, 5 to 4 students per group. Prior to the session, the topic is sent to the student through the desire to learn software. Like, for example, we can send students read on anemia and parasitic infection, or read on jaundice and parasitic infection as a general topic. Students should prepare the topic using recommended textbooks or lecture notes given by the faculty or any online parasitology websites. The session of small group discussion could be covered in 1 or 2 sessions, and this is controlled by the weight of the topic or the teaching hours of the topic. Open discussion will be done under supervision of the faculty at the end of the small group discussion. Let us say in the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes, again controlled by the weight of the topic or the teaching hours. The topic should be presented by 1 student from each group in the next session. Secondly, case-based learning. Case-based learning constitutes, again, 5% of the total teaching hours of medical parasitology in my department. Students in case-based learning are divided, again, into groups, small groups, 4 to 5 students per each. The case scenario and the study material plus the objectives are sent to students prior to the session through desire to learn software. It can be covered again in 1 or 2 sessions, as I mentioned before in the small group discussion. Open discussion will be done in the last 15 or 20 minutes of the class. Online quizzes through desire to learn are given to students to ensure the fulfillment of the objectives of the case-based learning. Coming to problem-based learning. Problem-based learning is a little bit complex in comparison to the previously discussed types of learner-directed learning. And the role of parasitology faculty is somewhat limited in problem-based learning. I will highlight later the rule. Problem-based learning, it accounts for 5% again of the total teaching hours of medical parasitology. Problem-based learning is an exciting, interesting alternative to traditional teaching in parasitology. It's more interesting and it ensures the integration between all subjects, not only parasitology. And problem-based learning, faculty, they act as facilitators or mentors rather than a source of solutions or conveying only the information and knowledge to students. The scenario of I'm sorry, problem-based learning shouldn't be given to students prior to the session, unlike the case-based learning. The scenario is prepared by the module coordinator, not the parasitology faculty, and tailored by all faculty members, including parasitology staff, in order to meet their subject objectives and requirement. Timeline for problem-based learning. Usually students, they receive the case scenario for problem-based learning at the beginning of the week in session 1 or brainstorming session. Then a break of 1 week. Then the second session is the discussion session. This is an example of problem-based learning frame. Let us say in cardiovascular system module. This is an example of the structure of problem-based learning. Case scenario about myocarditis, for example, all departments, they share in the case scenario. As I told you before, all faculty members should confirm that the problem-based learning will highlight the objectives in each department, in each subject. So after sharing in the brainstorming session and after the 1 week break that will be taken by students, what comes next? Teaching assistants, they act here as facilitator. Again, the rule is limited of the Faculty of Parasitology and Problem-Based Learning. Each group should have a group leader in order to ensure organization of the session. In the second session, which is the discussion session, the second one, all students should highlight the objectives of the subject. They should discuss the problem statement and its significance. They should develop, analyze, and write out the problem statement in their own words. This is in the second session. The next will be the self-directed learning. Again, one of the types, one of the examples of learner or student-directed learning or short teaching learning. Self-directed learning accounts for 10% of the total hours of teaching in parasitology. The objective of the topic should be sent to students prior to decision, again through desire to learn. Students should be asked to read alone, individual, or in groups, 4 to 5 students in a library or in a classroom. And they should have beforehand study materials in the form of lectures or textbooks recommended by the faculty. Open discussion will be held between student and the involved faculty at the end of the session, either in 15 minutes or 20 minutes according to the weight of the topic. Online quizzes also could be solved by students. We send before the end of the session some quizzes to students who desire to learn, and they can directly solve those quizzes at the end of the session and make sure that every student participated. This is in order to ensure everyone participation and the fulfillment of the objectives of the topic. The last type or point or category in learner-directed learning or student-directed learning, computer-assisted self-learning or computer-based self-learning. Computer-assisted self-learning, it accounts for 5% of the total teaching hours of parasitology. The lectures will be prepared beforehand using a special software. I use Articulate Storyline software. The lecture will be sent to students through the desire to learn, and they will be asked to use their laptops or iPads and read the lecture. An online post-test or quiz will be done at the end of the session to ensure the fulfillment of the objective of the topic. The second type is the large group teaching. We finished the discussion of small group teaching. Next coming, more positive role of the Faculty of Parasitology in the large group teaching, or the teacher-centered education. In the teacher-centered education, we have two main categories: lectures and practical classes or practical sessions. The lectures, we have two types of lectures: traditional lectures, 10%. The rule of the teacher or the faculty in the class is nearly 100%, and we have a passive rule of all students. The second type, scenario-based interactive learning, which accounts for 30% of the total teaching hours of parasitology. Traditional education practices tend to produce students who are often bored with their education. They are faced with a vast amount of information to memorize. Traditional classrooms also do not prepare students to work with others in teamwork, and the final grade becomes the only concern of all students rather than learning. Most of us, we hear students saying, I study, I take the test, I pass the test, I forgot what I learned afterwards. The second type of lectures, scenario-based interactive lectures, which accounts for 30% of the total teaching hours of parasitology. How it is designed? Here we have positive rule of the Faculty of Parasitology plus students as well. A case scenario consistent with the topic is presented by the faculty at the beginning of the lecture. Then the case is analyzed in the classroom, students are sharing, then the topic will be delivered in the same way of traditional lecture. At the end of the session, students will be asked to answer questions using response clickers, of course, in relation to the topic discussed. Practical sessions usually covered in 1 or 2 hours in our department in separate groups, group A or B or 1 and 2. We have components of the practical. We have pre-laboratory. We have microscopic identification of different types of parasites. We have macroscopic identification of different types of parasites. And we have as well case discussion. Practical sessions, the forms of delivery could be, the pre-lab, in the form of chalk and talk, whiteboard, illustration, or computer-based. The second component of my talk will be student perception towards all teaching methods in parasitology department. Student satisfaction rate was evaluated using computer software, where they rated their satisfaction from all different teaching methods in theory classes and in practical class. We have 5-point scale. 1 was as strongly unsatisfied and 5 strongly satisfied. For the theory classes or small group, I will start by small group teaching or learner-directed teaching, student satisfaction in a small group discussion. The average response to all 5 questions was 2.9 in for being easy to do, 2.8 for being convenient, 2.9 for being understandable, 2.8 for being interesting, and 2.7 for being attractive. So the weighted average for all questions was above 2 in small group discussion. Student satisfaction rate in case-based learning. Again, according to the chart, the average response for all questions was 2 and above. Satisfaction in problem-based learning, again, 2 and above. In self-directed learning, the average response to all 5 questions was 2.9 for being easy to do, 2.9 for being convenient, 3.4 for being understandable, 3.8 for being interesting, and below 3 in being attractive. Student satisfaction as regard computer-assisted self-learning or computer-based self-learning. The average response for all questions in computer-assisted learning was 4 and above. So we started to be higher than the previously discussed teaching methods. For the large group teaching or the teacher-centered teaching, I will start by the traditional teaching. Again, the average response to all questions was above 3. For scenario-based interactive learning, all above 3. For the practical classes or practical sessions, as mentioned previously, the pre-lab, we usually use chalk and talk, whiteboard examination illustrations with drawing, or computer software. So students' perception towards the traditional pre-lab and practical learning was 4 and above in all questions, 4 and above in the computer-based practical learning, with minimal difference in the weighted response. So this could direct our attention that students, they are looking forward for new and interesting teaching methods. That's why we came with the idea of our focus study that I will discuss next. Our focus study, the assessment of computer-based learning and teaching parasitology in Dubai Medical College. Aim of the study was to assess the impact of using computer-assisted self-learning on students' performance with comparison to scenario-based interactive learning. Why we have chosen those 2 types? Because we have high satisfaction rate among students for the 2 teaching methods. Again, we have another objective for the practical to assess the impact of using computer-based practical learning on student performance in comparison to traditional practical learning in the pre-lab. Methods used. A single batch of second-year medical students in Dubai Medical College was randomly divided into 2 groups in both lectures and practical sessions. A short course of 5 sessions was designed for both groups. One group received scenario-based interactive learning and the other one received computer-assisted self-learning. How did I design the computer-assisted self-learning or based learning? I used in the lecture was constructed using Articulate Storyline software, and the presentation were enriched with faculty voice instruction, animated life cycle, and videos. Scenario-based interactive learning was delivered in a combination of PowerPoint presentation and whiteboard illustration. And again, we start the lecture by a case scenario, then follow discussion in a traditional way. Students should be positively participating at the end by using clickers in order to solve the questions. Practical sessions, similarly, for the related theory classes were also performed using whiteboard illustration drawings in one group and computer-based practical learning in the other group. In practical session, the computer-based, I used Anufil 4 computer-based learning program. Pre-tests prior to start of each session of the 2 types, either the scenario-based or the computer-assisted, It is of 5 multiple choice questions was given to both groups to assess students' baseline knowledge. A post-test was done after completion of the session in the 2 groups. The question for the pre-test and post-test were prepared using Desire to Learn, Articulate Storyline Quizmaker softwares. Here we have example of ungraded and graded quizzes. As regard the practical sessions, identification of the slides after the practical session was also done by students. Statistical analysis, independent sample t-test was used to detect differences in the means between groups by using SPSS program version 17. Coming to our results, the obtained result shown in this figure revealed overall mean scores in the pre-test was 11.8 versus 16.4 in the post-test with significant difference. Coming to this graph, it demonstrates the mean score in the pre-test results, which was nearly the same in both groups with no significant difference. Shifting to the mean score in post-test, it is indicated that the mean score of post-test result was nearly the same again in both groups with no significant difference. Here we have again the same graph that I showed you before, but this is like a comparative graph, the 2 graphs showing that students, they appreciated very much the computer-assisted self-learning, and according to this one, the average response, as previously mentioned, was 4 and above regarding usefulness, convenience, being interesting, understandable, and attractive. So both methods scored the high satisfaction rate in our students. Mean scores in practical session, as shown in the figure, the mean score in computer-based practical lessons or classes was 3 versus 2.4 in the traditional chalk and talk illustration, denoting statistically significant difference. As shown in this chart, again, we have already clarified this chart before, but the 2 charts together in order to compare. Students appreciated traditional practical learning for being more easier and understandable than the computer-based learning. However, they considered the computer-based learning more interesting and attractive. Conclusion. In our study, we found that the provision of support of students through case-assisted self-learning appears to be helping their learning and encouraged their interest in the topics taught. Computer-assisted learning is an effective and interesting method of learning parasitology. Computer-based practical learning helps students to learn better in the practical classes. This was a student perception towards all methods. Coming to my opinion as a faculty for medical parasitology, of course, I strongly support computer-assisted self-learning and computer-based practical learning as powerful, interesting, attractive, valuable educational media in teaching parasitology, since the nature of the subject with its complex life cycle, detailed picture, and descriptions. Recommendation, I think it's the time to make big moves, or let us say a big jump from teacher-centered classroom to student-centered classrooms. Recommendation, in the light of the 4 mentioned results, recommendation is to be done in order to tailor and update our curriculum to increase the frequency of small group learning, especially the computer-based. This is Dubai Tower, the tallest tower worldwide, 180 floors. I hope that you can someday visit Dubai and see Dubai Tower. Thank you very much for your good listening.
Thank you very much for that very interesting talk. Do we have any questions?
Thank you for your excellent conference. My question is, in this pre and post test, you realized the assessment or the evaluation of skills and also concept?
No, actually, we have done the pre-test just to measure the base knowledge of students. They don't have any.
Break until 11:05. So if you can be back here promptly at 5 past.
Yes, yes, that's perfect. So maybe I introduce a little bit the session, and then you introduce me for my talk. Okay. Polyamidamine nanoparticles from drug nanocarriers to vaccine adjuvants in malaria. Okay, good morning. It's time to start the next session that will be co-chaired by myself. I am Xavier Fernandez from the Institute for Bioengineering of Catalonia in Barcelona, Spain. And our co-chair will be Dr. Hanem Khater from Egypt and also now in Bristol, I believe. And okay, we will alternate the presentation of the speakers, and we will try to be strict with time, maybe just raising a hand or warning that time is close. And then because I will be the first speaker, I give.
Okay. It's a great honor to introduce Dr. Xavier Fernandez from the Institute of Bioengineering Catalonia, Spain. He's going to talk about polyamidamine nanoparticles from drug nanocarriers to vaccine adjuvant in malaria. Please go ahead and get started.
Okay. Thank you for allowing us to present our work here, which deals with the use of nanoparticles for the targeted drug delivery of antimalarial drugs. When I show this slide to my colleagues, and it's obvious that most of malaria cases are in Africa, in countries with low per capita incomes, they raise eyebrows at seeing together the word nano, which the idea is that it's something expensive. Everything that deals with nanotechnology must be expensive. And the word malaria. These two things do not seem to go well together. And in part, probably, this is because some of our popular science journals that maybe have depicted nanotechnology as something, as in the two images on the left, which is very sophisticated, little machines that obviously they must be expensive if they are like that. We know that nanotechnology is not that. We know that when we talk of nanotechnology or nanomedicine, we are still in the field of macromolecules, macromolecular components that maybe the combination of 2 or 3 of them provide a new function for this nanostructure. This is what today is nanotechnology. And obviously, as I will try to communicate today, is not that expensive if we add some ingenuity. But there is an economic edge to the story, which is obvious when we look at, sorry, the pointer is here. When we look at the causes of death in the developing and developed world, it's very clear that infectious disease is prominent in the developing world, and this is reflected in the money allocated for research. Only the NIH for 2013 awarded more than $5 billion to research in cancer. And after that come cardiovascular disease, AIDS, diabetes, Alzheimer. Obviously, malaria is not there. To find figures for malaria research, we must go worldwide. And there it's worrying that not only the numbers are much more smaller, it's $2.5 billion only for malaria for the whole world. This was only in the US. And maybe the worst thing is that this is reaching a plateau. Then there are no perspectives of having more research for malaria in the near future. when I tried to find figures for nanoscience and malaria, I didn't find any. Then it occurred to me that the best way would be to look in the Web of Science, and there you can find only about 30 hits for nanomedicine and malaria. And then because 1/3 are from our group, it was fairly easy to estimate that the annual global budget worldwide for malaria, it cannot be much more than $200,000 US, which means that whatever we do, it has to be done at a low price, but this doesn't mean that it cannot work. It has to work as well as the best nanotechnology, but with a reasonable price. Then, of the 4 main pillars that we are using today to fight malaria, which is vector control, vaccines, diagnosis, and therapeutics, we are focused right now on drugs, on therapeutics. And as you well know, the main problem behind malaria therapeutics is the appearance of resistance. A few years or even months after the massive use of any drug, resistance appears. This cannot be avoided probably, which means that there is a pressing need for not only for new drugs, but possibly also for new ways to administer them, so that these new drugs that will appear in the future, they will not induce the evolution of resistance. And then in our case, we are trying to approach this problem through the use of targeted drug delivery, using nanocarriers targeted to malaria-infected cells, where we load drugs and try to improve their efficacy. Our first prototype was a bit ambitious. This is the way we administer antimalarial drugs today. The drug is free in the plasma for any cell to take it, which means that we must usually deliver relatively high amounts of drug to have sufficiently high concentrations in the cells infected by Plasmodium. And this brings the problem of side effects. You cannot go above a certain plateau, because above there you have side effects in people. On the other hand, if you deliver too low amounts, this is what induces the appearance of resistance. And we must be able, in any attempt to use drugs against malaria, to deliver them in overall low amounts to reduce those side effects, but locally the amounts of the drug for the infected cells have to be as high as possible, so that we kill the parasite quickly, and in this way we reduce the evolution of resistance. One way to do this is designing nanoparticles where the drug is enclosed, and then those nanoparticles must fulfill 2 essential steps. One is obviously targeting, if possible, only the infected cells. And secondly, injecting the drug content into that cell. As I mentioned, our first prototype was very ambitious, because we designed strategies to not only to cross the plasma membrane of the red blood cell, but also the membrane of the vacuole inside which Plasmodium lives, and even the Plasmodium membrane if the target is some enzyme which is in some organelle of the parasite. This is obviously very complicated, and this would make a very, very expensive vector, which when we went to the pharma companies, they told us, forget it, bring us something which works, but which is as simple as possible. Then this original idea that we called Russian doll has been a little bit stored, put in storage. We still think it useful, as we have seen before in a future case of malaria eradication. The last vectors will be hyper-resistant probably, and then we will need very good tools, very efficient tools that then maybe can be a little bit more expensive, but not for today. These first nanocarriers, as I mentioned, have to fulfill these 2 essential steps: recognition of the infected cells, but not of healthy red blood cells, and injection of the drug inside the cell. Our first prototype, it was a liposome, where we included the drug, and which was targeted by specific antibodies against proteins which are exposed only in plasmodium-infected erythrocytes. In vitro, we had very good results. This is to show this result, a field in the confocal microscope with several dozen red blood cells, and there was only one which was infected, selected on purpose, this field. And as you can see, the nuclei tell us that this is the only plasmodium-containing red blood cell. This is the targeting antibody. This is the quantum dot that we used instead of a drug to show targeting. And then the only infected cell is the only which is targeted by our nanocarriers, and it's the only also that gets the content. This was very efficient. In only 90 minutes, we had this 100% efficacy in both ways. We did not target any healthy red blood cell. And then we were very hopeful that we might be close to the sought-after magic bullet against malaria. As you can imagine, this was not so. When we did in vivo assays, this is not so nice. The IC50 of the encapsulated drugs could be significantly lower, but we did not cure the animals. Then if you don't cure the animals, even if you improve drug efficacy, this is good as nothing. We were in the right path. And we concluded that we had a good first prototype, but many things had to be changed of the three elements of a nanocarrier, namely the encapsulating structure, the targeting molecule, and probably the drug itself. We know now that by modifying those three elements, we can maybe achieve a better targeting, better encapsulation efficacies. Probably we can think about new targets. We call this our Lego game, where we have this toy consisting of three different elements, and by exchanging these elements and choosing better ones, our idea was to improve efficacy. Our first step towards improving efficacy was using not liposomes, but polymeric nanoparticles made of this type of polymers, which are called polyamidamines. They gave nice homogeneous suspensions, both by atomic force microscopy and by cryo-electron microscopy. And the idea was to substitute the liposome by these nanoparticles. The surprise was that in our first controls, when we were adding the nanoparticles to a mixture of healthy and infected red blood cell, we already obtained a specific targeting without the need for using antibody. And this reduced the cost very much, which was indeed very good news. You can see here there are healthy red blood cells which do not get the nanoparticle. This is a polyamidamine nanoparticle without antibody, and the only infected red blood cell which incorporates the nanoparticle. When we loaded drugs into these polyamidamine nanoparticles, for example, chloroquine and primaquine, we obtain a nice slow release along 24 hours, more or less, which is good, taking into account the time of the plasmodium life cycle. In vitro assays were also positive. Chloroquine alone at 2 different concentrations. For instance, this is 0.8 milligrams per kilogram per day. And encapsulated chloroquine into different polyamidamines improved very much the in vitro activity. And in vivo, here, the results were very good also. In this case, we could cure the animals at concentrations of this 0.8 milligrams per kilogram per day. Free chloroquine was unable to cure the animals, but our encapsulating nanoparticles did. Then we are very hopeful that we are now on the right track. And the economic part that I was mentioning was also good in these experiments. Whenever we design a new nanocarrier, we always try to see how we try to normalize in order to compare the different nanocarriers, and we take as an example how much does it cost to improve tenfold the efficacy of chloroquine, which is already a very good antimalarial drug. With the first, per liter of blood, sorry. Then with the first immunoliposome prototype, this was very high, more than 50 euros, forget it. Second liposome prototype using heparin instead of antibodies as targeting molecule, that brought down the cost to €1. And with these polyamidamide nanoparticles, this is just 40 cents, which begins to be reasonable. We are trying new types of polymers, namely dendrimers, that reduce to 0.5 cents this improvement cost. But dendrimers work very well in vitro, but not so much in vivo. So for now, I would place my best hopes in polyamidamines. When we were looking at polyamidamines alone, without any drug, we already observed that they had a mild antimalarial activity, which was manifested when we were adding the polymer to Plasmodium cultures. And then we knew also that the polymers, as you have seen in the confocal images, were entering the cell. They did not just stick to the outside, but they entered the cell. And then we thought here we might have some type of Trojan horse, in the sense that something that to the cell looks innocuous enters, and in the end it helps to kill the cell. When we were looking more in detail what polyamidamines are doing in the infected red blood cell, you had seen already before that, but now here more in detail, you can see that it binds to the free merozoite. It doesn't only stick to the infected red blood cell, and when this cell contains Plasmodium inside, is able to penetrate the cell and somehow bind to the parasite. But here it was very clear, by using these free merozoites, as you can see they are not inside the red blood cell, that polyamidamines bind to them. And then thinking that this might be the mechanism through which polyamidamines work as antimalarials, we have confirmed that indeed when we pre-treat a Plasmodium culture with polyamidamines without any drug, the consequence is that in a normal culture you have what we call ring stages at the start of the next cycle after the red blood cells have burst. But when you treat this stage or this stage with polyamidamines that enter the cell and bind the parasite, the resulting parasites are unable to infect new red blood cells. Then we think we might be having here a double activity of these nanocarriers, first as carriers of drugs, but once they have finished their role as drug nanocarriers, they would have a second life by coating the free parasites and preventing somehow the invasion step. And finally, do I still have a couple of minutes? Finally, I will present our next goal in the near future, which is moving from red blood cells to transmission stages between human and mosquito, which there is a consensus in the malaria community that this is the place where we have to focus our efforts in order to achieve eradication. The good thing about mosquito stages is that unlike in humans, where in every infected human you can have up to 10 to the 11 infected red blood cells, in a single mosquito, some of the Plasmodium stages, you might have 2, 3, 4 cells only, in particular the oocyst. But then you will tell me, obviously, okay, you will have very few cells per mosquito, but you have trillions of mosquitoes, which is true. And then here is where the problem is. Then if we want to target mosquito stages, we will need probably two things. One is first new nanocarriers, different from the ones that we are using, and also new drugs that work through radically different mechanisms, because if we just change the target cell from having trillions of red blood cells inside a human to trillions of Plasmodium inside mosquitoes, if the drugs works in the same way, that we have to reach every single cell, this would not be optimal. Then we will have to think about new drugs. We have some idea in that direction, but because of patent reasons, I cannot talk about these new drugs. But I can talk a bit about our first efforts in targeting the mosquito. This is the last slide, where we were exploring if our polyamidamide nanoparticles could be used to to deliver drugs to mosquitoes. We fed Anopheles atroparvus, which is our local Anopheles in Barcelona, with nanocarriers, polyamidamide nanocarriers in the sugar mill. And we wanted to see in this preliminary experiment if the nanocarriers enter the mosquito and exit without any other effect, or if they would exit the stomach but into the mosquito body. And there, especially interesting are the salivary glands, where we know that are the sporozoites that are injected by the mosquito in the infected bite. And actually, the result was promising. This is 48 hours after feeding the mosquito with fluorescein-targeted polyamidamines. As you can see, this is the thorax, and these are the salivary glands. We know that the fluorescence is there. We still have to nail down if this fluorescence is of the nanocarrier or of parts of the polymeric nanocarrier itself, or if fluorescein has been cleaved from the polymer, and this is just fluorescein fluorescence. We don't know that yet, but this is our next step, using polyamidamines for a third antimalarial strategy, which would be delivering drugs to the mosquito. The final message that I would like to convey is that no matter if we talk of magic bullets, Russian dolls, Lego, Trojan horses, we believe that nanomedicine can be an option for medicines of developing countries, not only malaria, but probably other arthropod vector diseases. And finally, I want to acknowledge the students who did this work and our funding agencies, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fernandez, for talking about the future trends of malaria control. Any question or comments for Dr. Fernandez?
Yeah, I'd like to know, you mentioned that, look like from your experiments, your polyamidal, the nanoparticle, can recognize only the PRBC. Do you know why? Because of the membrane of the RBC has some special, or because it's different?
Right.
Intact, not intact.
The red blood cell infected by Plasmodium has very different properties from the many different proteins out there, but our experiments, we simply did an affinity chromatography where we bound polyamidamines to the column, and then we passed through there an extract of infected or healthy red blood cell extracts. And then just to see if some particular protein was sticking that we could identify as the receptor. Then what we see is that polyamidamines are very sticky for some reason that we don't know yet to the infected red blood cell. And then this gives the polyamidamine probably an edge because the infected red blood cell is very permeable to small nanoparticles of up to 70 nanometers. Then we think that the mechanism is rather unspecific in the sense that polyamidamine nanoparticles, because of the polyamidamine nature, they tend to stick preferentially to infected red blood cells. And if they stick there for a few seconds, probably, that allows the cell to internalize them. So
even without the drug, no chloroquine, only the particle, empty particle can recognize the PRBC.
Right.
So maybe we would like to know which molecule is interaction happening
right.
there.
There seems not to be a unique interaction molecule. There seems to be not a single receptor. Because when we try to fish for this receptor, we obtain many proteins binding to the polyamidamines. That's
but
why
all from Plasmodium side, it's not a normal.
No, also from the red
side.
Also from the red blood cell. In our controls, where we were using non-infected red blood cells, we also had a significant number of proteins sticking there. Then it seems to be a rather sticky polymer. But if the cell, like the normal red blood cell, which doesn't have any interiorization mechanism, doesn't take it, then it doesn't harm the cell. But the Plasmodium infected red blood cell does apparently take it.
And another question is, I would like to know.
Natural insect control strategies. Arthropods transmit diseases to humans and animals, and they damage agricultural crops and harvested food. Malaria is a tropical disease, but its range extended actually more and more every year because of the global warming. Since the ancient time, the architect Imhotep, he is the founder of the pharaonic medicine, and he have been given the credit for using oils, herbs, and aromatic plants for medicinal purposes. And using botanical insecticides dates back at least 2 millennia in ancient civilizations. But it was the World War II, there was 3 devastating diseases transmitted by insects, 2 of them by mosquitoes, malaria and yellow fever, and the epidemic typhus transmitted by body louse. And the war has stopped because all soldiers are sick. And at that time, there was a great invention of DDT. So World War II opened the modern era for chemical insecticides, which started with DDT use. And everybody was happy because of DDT, because it controlled vectors, so there is no disease. The soldiers are healthy again, and the war starts again. And World Health Organization proposed global eradication of malaria by the use of residual house spray of DDT in 1955. But what happened is resistance against DDT because of repeated use. And in 1967, WHO reverted from malaria eradication to malaria control because of mosquito resistance. So malaria eradication, it's a very far dream to be established till yet. Then the umbrella of insecticides had covered newer insecticides like organophosphates, carbamates, and pyrethroids. These synthetics cause health and environmental hazards and re-emergence of diseases. So, natural and safe alternative strategies are an urgent need. The magic solution is biorational insecticides. Have you ever heard about this expression? Biorational? I wrote a chapter called EcoSmart Biorational Insecticides in this book, which is called Insecticides Advanced and Integrated Pest Management. It's easily, you can easily download it from the internet. It covers all the natural control strategies. The word biorational derived from 2 words, biological and rational. It refers to insecticides that have limited or no adverse effect on the environment, non-target organisms, and humans. They include biochemical, biological, and transgenic insecticides. Here, the biological. They are all natural enemies, like microbial, predators, and parasites. And biochemical, botanical, pheromones, photoinsecticides, inorganics, and IGR. I'm going to give you a broad idea about all of them. I'm going to start with my favorite, which is botanicals. They could be old or new. Old, like pyrethrum and other traditionals. The new and the future trend with neem and essential oils. And neem actually used traditionally in India as a great repellent, insect repellent, and the active principle is azadirachtin. It has great biological effect and used in drugs and cosmetic. It acts as anti-fidant, IGR, insect growth regulator, so it controls the growth of the insect. I'm gonna tell you about that later on. Specifically, it acts as ecdysone blocker. It acts on the hormone of the insect. It also acts as oviposition deterrence, and it causes female sterility. That's the neem. Here is, I'm going to share with you some of my work over 15 years ago, because I'm specified about insect control strategies. Here is rabbits infected with Sarcoptes cabiai var caniculi. Here is the control one, and here is the treated one with aqueous neem extract. And this work has been published last year in the Parasitology research. Essential oils, they are generally recognized as safe, or they call GRAS, G-R-A-S, by the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency in US. They act as ovicidal, larvicidal, adulticidal repellents, insect growth regulators, and chemosterilant. Their active principles are mainly the monoterpenoids like cinnamaldehyde, eugenol, cineol, generol, piperine. Plants also are great repellent for insects, like lavender, geranium, marigold, coriander, chrysanthemum, peppermint, lemongrass, cedarwood, patchouli. Also, tomato leaves. You know, tomato leaves are great for mosquito repellent. Bay leaf are great for cockroaches repellent, so you put it in the kitchen drawers. Eucalypts are generalized repellents. Also basil, catnip, and lemongrass. All these are great repellents. Artemisia, which is sheikh in Arabic, citronella, juniper. Juniper has a great fumigant effect. It could be greatly used for controlling bed bugs or closed areas. Bed bugs, you know, are hiding in the beds and the cracks. So juniper has great fumigant effect. EOs means essential oils. There are some products of essential oils actually, like green bean and bazaway contains a blend of oils. And as I mentioned before, they are called GRAS, generally recognized as safe. And here, some of my work about controlling of houseflies with essential oils. That's from my PhD actually in 2023. I work about biocontrol of some insects, including houseflies and mosquitoes, with all natural materials. And I use essential oils and IGRs, and here is the malformation. You can see there is larval pupil intermediate stages, and here is the normal pupa, and here is the deformed pupa after treatment, and here is failure of adult occlusion. These are sublethal doses. The lethal doses kill right away, but the sublethal doses also control the population. Here is the normal adult stage, and here is the deformed adult stage. For mosquitoes, I treated at larva. I treated the last larval stage, and I follow up till the adult stage. Here is the malformed mosquitoes, mosquito larvae, here, larva, pupa, and malformed adults. This is from my PhD also, and also from my work about mosquito with essential oils. This work has been published in 2008 in the Revista de Instituto de Medicina Tropical de São Paulo in Brazil in 2008. Also, myiasis-producing flies, I work with them and I like them. The green flies, I work them, control them with essential oils, these essential oils. And here is the normal stages, larva, pupa, adult, and here is the malformed stages. And this work actually published in 2 years, 2009 and 2011 in the International Journals of Dermatology. Cephalopina-producing fly, myiasis-producing fly with Cephalopina titillator, have you heard about it? Do you know, all of you know the estrus ovis for sheep? The similar species in camel is called Cephalopina titillator. I work with some essential oils. And here is the normal larva, and here are the deformed stages. And this work has been published in the Parasitology research in 2014. And here are the deformed pupae in the same work. Also, I made camphor oil and pigeon lice. Do you know the pigeon? We eat pigeon in Egypt, actually. So we raise them for eating. Although they are the symbol of peace, but we eat them. They could be infected with Columbicola columbi. So I control them with camphor oil, which give great effect in vivo and in vitro. I made also another work about controlling louse infecting buffaloes in a buffalo farm in Egypt. And it has the essential oils not only control lice problem, but also it repels flies. It repels flies from invading the buffaloes. Here, insect growth regulators that I talked about. Actually, the essential oils act as insect growth regulators. There are 2 main classes of insect growth regulators. They are chemicals, but they are safe. The first one, affecting insect hormones, like diazosteroid agonist, juvenile hormone analogs, and anti-juvenile hormones. Juvenile hormones actually prevent insects from maturing, so they stay as larvae. The harmful stage here is mosquitoes. The larval stages are not harmful anymore. They are great for the web, the food web. There is another creatures that eat them. So if they are staying as larvae, that will be great, as long as there is no adult mosquitoes. The other class of IGRs, chitin sensitive inhibitor, they inhibit the production of chitin, so insect is unable to produce new exoskeleton. So it inhibits molting. It inhibits molting. So this class of insect is very efficient for tuft grass insects and also for myiasis-producing flies, because the harmful stage is the larvae. So if the harmful stage is larvae, we use chitin sensitive inhibitor. If the harmful stage is adult stage, we use anti-juvenile hormones. Here is another chemical, which is acid. Peracetic acid, I discovered it's a caricidal effect for the first time. It gives great effect. It's just decomposed into citric acid and water. It's very safe. It controls Boophilus, Anopheles, and Argus, Persigus, in vitro and in vivo, which give a very, very great control other than delta methrin. And this work has been published in Parasitology research. Also, pheromones. Pheromones is a class of semiochemicals that insects release to communicate with other individuals of the same species. So it's a way of communication. So we are acting here on the behavior control. So this phenomenon could be used for male trapping, movement monitoring, or confusion. And the fly trap are working very well. This sticky trap working very well for years and years, and there is no resistance against them, actually. Actually, flies have a very, very stupid behavior that could be used against them. What is that? Actually, as soon as a fly gets trapped, others can't wait to join them. So they like each other. They like to be with each other. Like people who are going to a demonstration. Once they found some, the other crowd just joined them. So this behavior could be used against houseflies, and 18 billion flies can be wrong. And there is no resistance. It's safe. It's just in one click, control the problem. For mosquitoes, you could use CO2 traps also are very effective. This is from my recent work. I like it very much, which using photosensitizer. Phototoxicity of West Bengal against the camel tick Hyaloma dromedari. This work has been published last year. A photoactive compound, which is called photosensitizer, actually accumulates within the insect body, and exposure to visible light leads to lethal photochemical reactions and death of the organism. And this phenomena could be used against not only ticks, it's already used to control bacteria, fungi, any harmful creature, and also used for cancer treatment. So the power of the light here gives the magic solution. So if there is a light, there is action. If there is no light, there is no action. These materials actually accumulate the light, absorb the light. So they get more energy. To release their energy, they release the energy. This energy, this is the power of oxidizing energy, kill the harmful organisms. So I found that rose bengal is highly effective than ivermectin, which is a commercial drug for controlling ticks and insects in general, when used at lower doses and short exposure time. The most fascinating thing is, if we expose tick to rose bengal for 1400 seconds illuminated by the use of light source, we would get the same effect after exposing them to the sunlight for 1 second. Which is a very practical point, actually, because camels are living in the desert, and the sunlight is available all year round. So just spray the material on the camels, let them to go to the sun, and the sun will do the rest, okay? And this one also used for mosquito control. If you put these materials in the water, it kills the mosquito larvae. Now it's time for the bio-age terminators, which is natural enemies. I'm going to start with microbial control. It's called biological control, which has 3 main steps. Conservation of existing natural enemies, introduction of new natural enemies, and establishing a permanent population. Then massive release. So here, microbial insecticides. We always get sick from diseases, from bacteria, from microbes. Insects also have the same thing. So we're going to use the microbial insecticide against insects. So these insecticides include either the microorganism or their toxin. I'm going to start with the famous bacteria that has been used for insect growth called Bacillus thuringiensis, or BT, Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a spore-forming, occurring commonly in the soil, gram-positive. It could be very specific to insect, or it could include a higher order of insects. Actually, the antitoxin of Bacillus do the work. When the condition of the bacterial growth are not optimal, Bacillus thuringiensis, like many bacteria, makes spores. It not only makes spore, this is the spore, it induces also spore endotoxin. And the spore endotoxin kill the insect. How? Because they make rupture of the midgut. Here is the epithelial cell. They make pores in the midgut, and finally rupture of the midgut, and the insect die. And there is a lot of products, actually, using Bacillus thuringiensis. Here's a specific one for mosquitoes, Bacillus thuringiensis var israelensis. It had been produced in Egypt. It's called Vectobag, this product, and I use it for my PhD work. And this Bacillus is called Bacillus sphaericus, also used for mosquito control. BTI, which is Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis, could be used in sensitive water bodies, whereas Bacillus sphaericus could be used in polluted waters. Now it's time for the transgenic pesticides, or genetically modified organisms or groups. genetically altered by artificial introduction of DNA from another organism. This is a very famous story about controlling the European corn borer by incorporating the gene of the Bacillus thuringiensis into corn. So these hidden insects that couldn't insecticides cannot reach them. When they eat the corn with already the BT, they will die. And also there is recombinant bacteria. You know, I told you that the bacteria has different endotoxin. If we combine different toxin from different bacteria into one new bacteria, that gives great effect. Actually, it was 10-fold more toxic than the wild type of BT or BS alone. Also, transgenic mosquitoes, they block the ability to transmit malaria. Now, fungi, they are great because they control the problem, okay, very fast. Here is the Legnedium giganteum, which is very specific fungi for mosquitoes. I isolated in my PhD work for the first time from the Middle East. It gives a great effect, actually. And also Beauvaria bassiana. They are entomologically safe. Here is also one specific for houseflies. It's called Entomophthora musci. Also, I isolated from my PhD for the first time, and it kills insects. And insects infected with this fungi, they do have a specific posture that allows them to spread their conidia. And here is the symptoms of mycosis of infected flies from my PhD work. Also, protozoa would be used. There is products for it, and there is nematodes. The nematodes, the most famous nematodes, Steiner nema and Hypertidae. Actually, there is a symbiotic relation between bacteria and the nematodes. Once the larvae infected with L3 of the nematode release bacteria. The bacteria release endotoxin that kill the larva. Then the nematode eat the bacteria again and eat the insect and propagate inside the insect. And self-control products, actually. And this could be used against mosquitoes, could be used against houseflies. There is products about controlling fleas outside. And also Parasitology musca domesticii. Now it's parasitoids. Parasitoids, you know, they spend a specific portion of its life history attached to single organism. So do you see this? There is a wasp emerging from the cockroach. So this is the parasitoid that invade the eggs of insect or invade the pupa. It depends on the species. It's called parasitoids. And here is some natural plants that attract the natural enemies. Here is parasitoids that eat the insect. This one, they're called dragonflies, are great mosquito predators. These dragonflies eat mosquitoes in the air, and their larvae eat mosquitoes in the water. So they are great, but they grow only in, their larvae grow only in the very clean water, not in polluted areas. So if you see this in a place, you'll be sure that you are in a good environmental place, not polluted area. Sterile insect technique, you know these. Now it's for the future trends with nanoparticles. Nanoparticles, they could be used for vector and pest management, and they could be used also for nanosensor. And here is my work about nano materials for controlling mosquitoes. Nano-encapsulation and or micro-encapsulation, the future trend. It's a process which an insecticide is slowly but efficiently released to particular host for insect pest control. They are called smart insecticides or intelligent insecticides because they could be release their cargo with a specific signal like heat, like moisture, ultrasound. They only could release their cargo in the intestinal, in the midgut of the intestine of the fly, regarding the pH.
We are 5 minutes over time already.
Okay, it's a great pest management is to tailor all these together. And now it's time for full speed ahead toward the best pest control with biorational insecticides. And biorational insecticides actually close the road for conventional insecticides. And for more information, you can read either of my chapters or my review articles. And goodbye and thank you. And you could always find me on my email and contact number. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mariam Niati. I'm from Shahid Beheshti University of Medical Sciences, Tehran, Iran. First of all, I would highly appreciate your time for listening to my lecture, and I'm very happy to be here. The title of my presentation is Potentially Pathogenic Free-Living Amoeba, isolated from mucosal tissue of immunosuppressed patients, which we mainly focus on the patients undergoing chemotherapy in Tehran, Iran. This research has been done in Department of Parasitology and Mycology, School of Medicine, Shahid Beheshti University of Medical Sciences. Basically, I have classified my presentation in 4 sections: introduction, material, method, result, and I will finish it with a brief discussion. As we all know, free-living amoeba, including acanthamoeba, Hartmanella, Naegleria, these are all almost everywhere, and these amoeba could be present in various environmental sources such as soil, dust, and water sources. Most of free-living amoebas contain 2 forms: cyst form, which are resistant form, and they can stand harsh environments such as wide variety of temperature and osmolarity, and trophozoite or vegetative forms. Our previous research in Iran showed the presence of potentially pathogenic acanthamoeba from dust sources of environmental, from hospital environmental sources, and thus this led to our theory that free-living amoeba may colonize in mucosal tissue of high-risk people. But who are the high-risk people? The high-risk people are mainly immunocompromised patients, such as patients undergoing chemotherapy, AIDS patients, patients with hepatitis, graft patients, and so on. Indeed, if part of immune system is missing or defective, these patients could render to develop free-living amoeba-related pathologies. One of the most important and fatal disease regarding the FLA-related disease is granulomatous amoebic encephalitis, which we don't have in any cases in our country yet. However, this is due to lack of research in this regard, and worldwide there are 1,000 reported cases of GAE. Unfortunately, this treatment is unsuccessful most of the time, and early detection is the best way for better prognosis. So, as there were no comprehensive reports regarding the presence of potentially pathogenic free-living amoeba in mucosal tissue of high-risk people, the present study conducted, And to this end, we have collected 133 patients, samples, and all of the patients undergo chemotherapy. All of our included patients were hospitalized in 4 hospitals of Tehran, Iran, and the patient selection were based on their physician report that the physician conferred their immunosuppression situation. The sampling sites were the oral cavity. All of the swabs of the oral cavity were cultured on non-nutrient agar along with Escherichia coli as a food source for amoeba. And in the following days, we have screened the plates for positive free-living amoeba plates. The next step was the microscopic identification of free-living amoeba, which we used the page key according to morphological criteria. Our research is still in progress, and we are now doing some PCR and genotyping and sequencing-based method. The first identified amoeba were acanthamoeba according to their flat-shaped trophozoite and filamentous structure called acanthopodia, and also the double-walled cyst with various forms of endocyst measuring about 20 to 30 microns. Regarding Hartmanella, which was other identified amoeba, we identified these amoeba according to the page key by their elongated or wormy-shaped trophozoite, which I will show you in the pictures in the next slide. Round cyst or a slightly oval cyst, which size was measured around 5 to 10 micron. The other amoeba, which has no medical importance, were Tech amoeba, the giant amoeba, which these amoeba actually can phagocyte our targeted amoeba, but they don't have any medical importance. So briefly, we did sampling, cultivation, and at last morphological classification. Out of 133 collected sample, 47, which means 35, around 85%, we detected FLA in our plates. And out of 47 positive plates for FLA, 35 plates contained acanthamoeba. So the most prevalent amoeba in our samples were acanthamoeba. The microscopic detection of acanthamoeba were according to their characterized cyst shape with star-shaped endocyst, which is the most typical form of the acanthamoeba. You can see in the slide the various forms of the acanthamoeba cyst. Some had a triangular endocyst, the typical form, the star-shaped form of endocyst. These are the flat-shaped trophozoites with the presence of acanthopodia, which are the filamentous structure in the surface of the amoeba. Other pictures of acanthamoeba. The other amoeba which we found in 5 plates were Hartmanella, were identified as Hartmanella vermiformis by the wormy shape or elongated shaped trophozoite and small cyst with a round and smooth cyst wall and without any pores. And the other detected amoeba was Tech amoeba, the giant amoeba. They're up to 100 micron, and they don't have medical importance. Briefly in discussion, I would like to say that free-living amoeba are ubiquitous in nature, but some of them are opportunistic, and the present research was the first research regarding the occurrence of free-living amoeba in high-risk people. Our result clearly showed that 45 samples out of 133 5 samples were positive for free-living amoeba. There are other reports that present the lower percentage of isolation of free-living amoeba, around 8 to 9%, which this can be mainly due to less environmental contamination. As I mentioned earlier, our previous study in Iran showed that free-living amoeba could isolate in 37 out of 70 dust and biofilm samples from immunodeficiency wards of hospital in Iran, and 33 plates revealed acanthamoeba, which this means that our previous study from environmental sources showed that acanthamoeba is the most prevalent amoeba in the environment. Another study conducted by Vilches et al. In 2014 revealed that in healthy people, there are 21 acanthamoeba out of 74 samples, but this research is in contrast with our study, because our study were focused on people at risk. So colonization of mucosal tissue with pathogenic free-living amoeba exposes high-risk people to develop various diseases such as granulomatous amoebic encephalitis. And unfortunately, there are many reports regarding the death of cancer patients due to unidentified encephalitis. So overall, the present research highlights that clinicians should be more aware of this lethal disease and diagnostic options. And our suggestion for the future study is to do some complementary tests for pathogenic assay of the isolates. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mariam, for keeping with time.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Start by a brief introduction about Toxoplasma gondii infection. Toxoplasma gondii is considered one of the most widespread parasites in the world. The severity of Toxoplasma gondii infection in humans depend on host factors such as immunity and genetic background. Toxoplasma gondii causes significant morbidity and mortality in congenitally infected infants, immune-compromised hosts, and in transplant recipients. The seroprevalence of Toxoplasma gondii antibodies in pregnant women can vary from 6.1 to 75.2% based on geographical region. Congenital toxoplasmosis can occur as a primary infection acquired during pregnancy. Aim of the study to assess the frequency of toxoplasmosis among a sample of pregnant women who attended the antenatal care clinics in Al Kuwait Hospital, Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, and to identify the risk factors for development of toxoplasmosis. The third point in the aim or the objective to evaluate the utility of new version of Western blot to confirm toxoplasma infection. Subject and methods. As regard participant, 150 pregnant women were informed about the study, and 120 agreed to participate with a mean of age 34.3. They were classified according to nationality and age groups. These graphs show participants according to nationality: 25 Indians, 19 Pakistani, 18 UAE nationals, 22 Egyptians, 13 Syrian, 3 Jordanian, 5 Lebanese, 4 Palestinian, 6 Iranian, and 5 Sudanese participated in our study. This graph indicates participants according to age groups. We classified participants according to 4 age groups. Group 1 from 22 to 26, Group 2 27 to 31, Group 3 32 to 36, and Group 4 37 to 41. High frequency of participants was noticed in age group 4. Coming to the questionnaire, one epidemiological questionnaire was elaborated in order to register the aspects related to the possible risk factors of development of toxoplasmosis, plus the history of any fatal outcome of pregnancy in our participant. This questionnaire included the age, nationality, history of blood transfusion, contact with animals, especially cats, areas of residence, either urban or rural, history of consumption of raw meat, history of complicated pregnancies in the form of abortion, stillbirth, congenital anomalies, or combined. Blood samples were collected. ELISA test kits for detection of antitoxoplasma IgG and IgM were used to screen the samples, and Western blot analysis was used to confirm the positives. We used ELISA test kits from diagnostic automation company, United States of America, with the shown reference number. Western blot we used to confirm the ELISA positive samples from LD Biodiagnostic France with the shown reference number. For Western blot, a distribution plan for control and samples were established before starting the assay, and the steps of kits protocol was followed according to the kits protocol and manufacturer instruction. Detection of blood groups, we used the shown cards, Eldon cards from Denmark, Eldon Biological, with the shown reference number for detection of APO blood groups in all participants. Results. ELISA interpretation, the expected values for ELISA, value of 0.9 or less was considered negative for IgG antibody, antitoxoplasma antibody, and the value of 1 or more was considered positive. A value of 0.7 or less was considered negative for IgM, antitoxoplasma antibody, and a value of 0.9 or more was considered positive. Equivocal results or values were not included in our study. Western blot interpretation. The reading was done by comparing the results with the positive control strip with molecular weight identification tools, the presence of 3 or more specific bands on the strip in a range of 30 to 45 kDa, including band 30, confirmed toxoplasma infection. Western blot detected 2 and 3 false positive results in IgM and IgG ELISA respectively. Statistical analysis data was entered, analyzed, and interpreted using SPSS program version 17. Differences in the proportion were tested using chi-square. A value less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. This graph shows positive participant for antitoxoplasma IgG. 15.8% were positive among our participants for antitoxoplasma IgG. This graph indicates Positive participants according to nationality: 5 Indians, 4 Pakistani, 1 UAE national, 1 Egyptian, 4 Syrian, 1 Jordanian, 2 Lebanese, and 1 Sudanese were found positive for anti-toxoplasma IgG antibody. This graph shows positive participant for anti-toxoplasma IgM. 9.1% were found positive for toxoplasma IgM. And here again, the positive participant for IgM according to the nationality. Positive participants according to age groups are shown in this table in the 4 age groups that we highlighted at the beginning. The highest, the proportion of positive according to the age group were found in group 2, age 27 to 31, with 6 positive cases. Positive participants according to blood groups: 12 positive or highest proportion of positive participants were found among blood group O, with a statistically insignificant association. According to this pie chart, positive participant according to history of blood transfusion, 52.6% give a history of blood transfusion, of course among the positives, and there was no statistical significant association between history of blood transfusion and prevalence of toxoplasma infection. According to this pie chart, shows positive participant according to history of contact with cats, 57.9% were found among the positive give a history of contact with cats or raising cats at homes. There was no statistical significant association between prevalence of toxoplasma infection and history of raising cats at homes. Obtained result in this pie chart shows positive participant according to the history of consumption of raw meat, 73.7% were positive. Among the positive showed history of consumption of raw meat. There was a statistical significant difference in association with ingestion of raw meat between infection and history of ingestion or consumption. Here we have positive participant according to areas of residence. Among the positive, 52.6% give a history of living in rural areas in their countries. And I mean here the expatriates, not the UAE nationals. There was no significant association between the infection and living in rural areas. This chart highlights positive participant according to morbidity. 31.1% of the positive give a history of abortion, while 9.1% give a history of combined fatal outcome of pregnancy, and 12.8% give no history of fatal outcome of pregnancy. And there was a statistical significant difference or association between the prevalence of infection and the history of fatal outcome of pregnancy or morbidity. Western blot analysis ELISA assay, there was statistical significant association between Western blot assay results and ELISA test, p-value less than 0.005. Coming to the conclusion of the study, the prevalence of toxoplasma infection varies according to the geographical distribution and humans' behavior. Consumption of raw meat was an important risk factor in the development of toxoplasmosis in our study. History of complicated pregnancy was strongly linked to the prevalence of toxoplasmosis. The Western blot kit is a useful tool in detection of infection on a large scale, since the procedure is very simple, easier steps, few steps in comparison to the traditional Western blot technique. Our future plan to expand screening to include other study sites in United Arab Emirates, other cities, to detect the genotypes of toxoplasma in positive samples and correlate them to the history of fatal outcome of pregnancy. These are the reference used. This is Sharjah Aquarium, very nice place in Sharjah city. And thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for Dr. Dwight? Or comments?
I have one question.
Okay.
Are there any PCR-based detection methods for toxoplasma?
No, we didn't use PCR. We screened using the ELISA test, then we confirmed by Western blot. We used actually Western blot in all samples, even the negative and positive.
In your future plans, maybe do you have PCR?
Yeah. We are planning to trying to see the different genotypes of toxoplasma and link it to the morbidity in pregnancy or fetal outcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for this chance to talk about how I got to use my experience in mapping to help in finding the source of malaria in Thailand. My name is Puttichai Kawan, and I work at Faculty of Geoinformatics, Burapha University, Thailand. My country has a lot of mosquito-borne disease and a good record for combating them. However, there are still places where malaria occurs every year. My friends in public health have been trying to establish exactly why these pockets of infection remain, despite the country adhering closely to the WHO policies for eradication. I am showing this slide to clarify what it is that I study. For people to get malaria, there must be an environment that supports the malaria, including the mosquito host. And the people must also be in that environment. My research is intended to define the specific environmental factors, ecotopes, in which the vector mosquito can survive and bite people. That would be the overlap area in the middle of this diagram. We think it is important to know how to find ecotopes that support anopheles, because when environmental conditions change, the pattern of disease transmission also change. So, our hypothesis is that changes in agricultural and forestry ecosystem and in the physical environmental conditions created by people will be related to measures of this mosquito-borne disease transmission. The association of ecosystem alteration might be causal for risk of human disease in those areas where the disease is known to be endemic. For example, you see one of study area as it was 2006, but in the 2015, 8 years ago, it looked like this. Even from the space, you can see the change. This has been a malaria control area. GIS means Geographic Information System, and EES means Ecotope-based Entomological Surveillance. And this issue, Dr. will talk about that. We can use technology to learn more about insects and the disease that the many insects carry. Point 1 is to use vegetation maps to see the changes, the land use and land cover which are related to presence of mosquito vectors. In point 2, when we map changes in land use and land cover, we can correlate that with change in mosquito population. And point 3, we can describe the ecosystem outcomes that are involved in malaria transmission dynamic. The susceptibility of human populations and geographical distribution of malaria vectors. So this means GIS is a tool that can help us find mosquito and malaria. Mapping disease is a file of public health and the key to mapping disease is a foundation of public health and the key to intervention and prevention. GIS mapping has already been in use for tracking many diseases, and there are even predictive algorithms that will help us know the cause of disease. In fact, those algorithms are available in the form of games, such as Outbreak. We can also use GIS system with other data from satellite and other data sources to have computers create maps for many specific combinations of conditions. Our ability to accumulate and analyze data, especially spatial data, and combine data from different sources, such as is done with GIS tag data to create overlay maps, is what I want to apply to identifying risk area for malaria. My project is intended to show how we can use modern technology to identify potential and actual high risk area before outbreak occurs. The algorithm I am creating will use variables that are specific to conditions in Southeast Asia, but the techniques should be applicable in other places where malaria is persistent threat. The picture on the right shows the case of malaria and the landscape features in malaria pockets. So we know anopheles vector life in this landscape. These are tools that allow us to identify landscape features and tag them with GIS data. Landscape is extremely important variable in supporting the reproduction and feeding of Anopheles mosquito. Based on investigation of my colleagues, I am learning what kind of landscape support various species of Anopheles. In fact, I will show you how we have gone to trial area to verify whether or not there are mosquitoes there. Moreover, my colleagues studying vector-borne disease have recently selected areas where malaria is known to exist and search for malaria in the population and mosquitoes there. So, how do I identify and classify landscape that support major Anopheles vector species? On off, you are probably familiar with Google Earth, and there are other sources of Earth data that are available to identify plant types. If satellite data is not applicable to your malaria endemic area, aerial photography might be used if no airplane. Now, there will be people who have UAVs that you can call drones, with built-in GIS system for navigation and photography. And then the contour map that show altitude and temperature maps. And GPS. You may have GPS in your car that you can apply it. Sorry. Filter and inclusion criteria. There are some limiting factors that you can learn from local people. If the following cannot be verified, I want both to code data for this site. And one, type of human activities like a job done at the night, such as rubber collecting. And two, verification of nearby breeding site. In our trial of GIS mapping, the 3 points result in one is a human settlement. In this case was huts and houses on rubber plantation. The behavior that influences exposure was to collect rubber milk at the night and socialize outside the house in the evening. And two, we collect the data about mosquito counts, meteorological data, GPS position and altitude, including slope of the land, and vegetation such as type, density, transport, and plantation. And three, we define to research area as plantation with regular caretaker. How do we define entomologic ecotopes? We are looking for a breeding place of mosquito vector in or nearby rubber plantation as well as around mosquito. And we had discovered adjacent forest fringe is important to survival of Anopheles. A slow-moving stream is needed for Anopheles breeding. We have been able to exclude open, unshaded field from our ecotope definition. So, while the process of deforestation can increase Anopheles population and pond will change the species prevalent in an ecotope. What we learn about how malaria is transmitted. A means that a good criteria for identifying the limits of the ecotope is the range of individuals we have determined to be at risk. So, our risk area turned out to be plantations and the surrounding areas. Alternatively, the transmission dynamic in villages are different and the ecotope must be outlined differently. B. EES can also focus on survival of parasites in the transitional host and vector. The objective of our pilot project was to verify the survival of parasites in the mosquito population, the Malaria Association Rubber Plantations, MRPS of Thailand were our first target. GIS mapping allows us to accurately determine distance such as distance from breeding place to biting place, breeding to house, breeding place to the hut. GIS is defining ecotope because we can find percentage of land cover and land use type. For example, forest type, rubber plantation, how much water body, such as lake, pond, waterway, reservoir, stream, creek. The GIS help determine topography, such as contour line, spot height, and lets us document data including the humidity, temperature, and wind that circulate in an ecotope. GIS can help to monitor human vector contact. We use GPS in our study. We apply portable GPS to track the human behavior in the transmission area. In this picture, showing human movement pattern during nighttime of two rubber plantation workers. The movement tracking device during the ground survey. The result tells us about where Anopheles vector attack the workers, so it may provide entomological surveillance of a setting. In this picture, the blue line are watershed where Anopheles larvae were found. We decided to classify risks based on geospatial analysis of areas that are known to have infestation or reinfestation of Anopheles vectors, along with the attributes that are epidemiologically linked with or used in determining the potential risk for malaria transmission in a malaria transmission control area. The objective of the pilot studies was to determine the geophysically and ecotone characteristics of transmission areas infested with mosquito vectors. In the next slide, I will show some ways GIS was used to learn about ecotone and support vector population. These are our view of two malaria ecotopes in Kanchanaburi province and Trat province. The pictures are covering a catchment area of about 1 square kilometer. This picture shows the agriculture landscape study site at Kanchanaburi province and Trat province by the expansion of rubber plantations. The ecotopes have unique landscape structure topologically shaped not only by diverse land use types including rubber tree, orchard, monoculture, or mixed with other perennial tree, waterway, water body, and forest. In this case, we use GIS to define the risk area as the distance as Mansonia. Mosquito could fly from major breeding site. We look for ecotope and ecotone within each circular area. Forest flourishing is a characteristic habitat of Anopheles vector. Forest peat swarm is characteristic habitat of Mansonia vector in the right picture. This landscape feature can be identified remotely using GIS. The important lesson that we learned from this pilot project was not only the distribution of mosquito in the specific areas, but also how to use map for locating and controlling existing and potential sites of infection, and knowing where to apply individual intervention and target vector control efforts. Making use of polygonal delineation of ecotopes give us a meaningful measure of personal risk. When do we need an aerial view, such as UAV? In addition to satellite view may be years old, but UAV make up-to-date pictures. You may use UAV to get infrared or temperature data, or you may look for alternate hosts such as dogs, cows, or monkeys. If you have access to UAV, you can quickly learn the types of plants being cultivated, seasonal difference in conditions, and perhaps find potential breeding sites. In case of unexpected outbreak, a UAV might help update locally kept information about the activity of person at risk, such as with farm are being worked, where people are going to get exposed, or when many new people come to work on project. For example, the new roof mean new activities or inhabitants. We apply portable GPS to track the worker in rubber plantation. The video recorder and compatible GPS tracking device was used by worker collecting rubber mill. The worker would announce when he was bitten, and we matched that time with his position. Then we had a map of where and when they got bit by mosquito. A sentinel site is an area where malaria transmission risk is present over a period of time. They are usually identified at a district level based on prior infection, but should be based on risk of contact with vectors. Amoeba use geographically track data to find cluster. Another way to identify ecotope is to find landscape variable that identify where the landscape changed significantly. That is to know the ecotone. We many tests inserting our landscape and environmental variable into programs for identifying polygon prevalence. One such program is used in the USA to help people find houses that fit their needs, such as proximity to school, public transportation, grocery store, and so on. Okay, this is my acknowledgement.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. Any questions for Dr. I'd like to tell you that it's time to have a group photo before you go to get your lunch. Okay, you have the certificate?
Thank you.
What? Another one.
Okay, there are some changes for this second session. Who should be our first speaker? The young Chu, apparently he's not here yet, but he will make it for the last talk of the session. And in turn, the one who should be our last speaker, Shisun, will not be here, but then Paul Lavar will make the last talk of the session. These are the changes I have been informed. And then we should start, if this person is in the room, with the second speaker, Prapa Sorosjinda. Oh, it's you? Okay. Thank you. So Prapa will Sorosjinda Nuntavarasil, I don't know if I got it right, from Burapha University in Thailand. And she will speak about ecotope-based entomological surveillance for determining potential transmission of malaria and filariasis in Thailand.
Okay, Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prapa Nantavarasin. I'm from Burapha University. Today I want to talk about ecotope-based entomological surveillance for determining potential transmission of malaria and filariasis in Thailand. In Thailand, malaria cases still occur frequently along the border that you can see here. The top 10 get rearranged from year to year, but this map shows that the disease occurs consistently in the border provinces. The measure of risk at this provincial scale reflect a blanket approach to malaria control and malaria funding. First, let me tell you about how my interest in eliminating malaria has changed. I start by looking at the parasite in the lab, but then I went back to work in public health. I focused on prevention and control of disease. And we need to find out who is at risk of getting the parasite. We do this by tracking the infection and making maps of where the disease is occurring. This table shows the evolution of my strategy for tracking malaria and how our team began searching for intervention points, beginning with the specific population which had malaria. Those were mainly agricultural workers, and more than 50% were migrants. Then realizing that exposure was related to human activities. Then that only some villages or work camps were hotspots of outbreak, and then doing entomological surveillance to find the parasites. You can see that we are moving from a blanket approach toward a more targeted approach to eliminate malaria in local areas and environments. Today, I will talk about how we are targeting the disease in ecotopes that support certain Anopheles mosquitoes population and that are visited by humans. These places are called hotspots. An ecotope is a small biome defined using geographic and ecological features. Ecotopes are the smallest ecologically distinct landscape features in a landscape mapping and classification system. They represent relatively homogeneous, spatially explicit landscape functional units. that are useful for stratifying landscapes into ecologically distinct features for the measurement and mapping of landscape structure, function, and change. On some slides, you will see the word ecotones as well. That is a transition area between ecotopes. So the way in which we can do EES, we can do what? The first, we assess the land and land cover change attribute to human settlement and activities with influence infestation or reinfestation of mosquito vectors, and to determine the distribution and find whether they carry infection at specific location and times. Second, we do the entomologic infection in transitional hosts or in the mosquitoes, strategies and tools collecting and identifying species of mosquito. And third, we use marker-based PCR for detecting and identifying parasite genotypes, including monitoring multi-drug resistance, and how we can implement each of these activities. The first step in developing EES is to know where people get malaria. We began with the hypothesis that certain human activities were likely to expose workers to malaria vectors. In our study 2008 and to 2009, we looked for index cases. We wanted to know who brought malaria to the village causing outbreak. The human activities are major changes in economies and landscape. That might be building railroads, highways, or dams and irrigation canals. Even people not coming to work on these projects may be exposed to Anopheles vector. Here are some pictures that they induce the malaria into the village, so cause outbreak. And we began to catch and count vectors in the places where people told us they got bitten and infected. Main study sites were in forest in Kanchanaburi and Trat. This one, Kanchanaburi province, is bordered in Myanmar, and this one, Trat province, border to Cambodia. So we start collecting mosquito in December 2008 to January 2009 in dry season. We caught the mosquito at the hut where the two boys of the family from Myanmar, 6 years old and 4 years old, had Plasmodium vivax. Both of them were taking medicine. The older boy shared medicine with his brother because he lost his medicine. From our teaching interview, we found that they didn't use bay net. They told us it's cold, so it's no mosquitoes. However, we cause vector mosquitoes in and near their huts. So you can see the cluster. There's this one, the people or neighbor got the malaria. We back to cause the mosquito again. In the October, we found the Anopheles that test positive for Plasmodium vivax. In Trat also, we do the same thing on the border. The index cases was a forest ranger, so start here. We cause vector positive for malaria at this site near the supposed source of infections. So you can see here, this is a table summarized the number of mosquito that I caused for 3 days. And then after that, after identify the mosquito, I proceed to test with the PCR detection and then found positive for Plasmodium vivax in both dry season and rainy season. So with input and information from our colleagues at the malaria centers, we began to note the similarities in the biomes and environments where people were getting malaria. Of course, the vector control people had also learned the best environments to catch Anopheles larvae and had some experience in surveying adult mosquito population. So we began using environmental variables as cues for deciding where to search for Anopheles vectors when we wanted to test for sporozoa in the wild. In this study site in Hue Pakok, this is a village in Kanchanaburi province also. So ES also needs the epidemiological data. There are cases of Plasmodium falciparum where there are houses along the creek in Hue Pakok village. So you can see. So when we know this, we make a catching site. So in 2011, there was malaria in this area. But in 2012, it had no report cases. We choose to survey here because we know this ectotope supports Anopheles, and humans were there as well. In this area, there were no cases of malaria reported, but we caught an infected mosquito with Plasmodium vivax. Again, a summary of Anopheles vector that occurs indoor and outdoor in both sides. You can see that we found the positive in here by using PCR. We noticed that the infection is not carried only by the principal vectors written about in the literature. The next slide, we explain the system of EES that evolved for our study. In order to define a malaria ecotope, we consider first human settlement. From our previous project, we noticed the people who were getting malaria were working on projects that causing major changes in the landscape. Railroads, dams building, pipeline construction, reforestation, like a clearing forest for rubber and palm planting. We determine the magnitude and distribution of mosquito populations, meaning we need to learn about the behavior of Anopheles species as well as behavior of humans who come in contact with them. These are some of the variables we need to know when looking for Anopheles that carry malaria. Dr. Vutichai had talked in more detail about how we use this knowledge to create the risk maps. When we do the EES, why we need to know to do indoor and outdoor collection, we have learned a few mosquito attacks in the house, and many people's evening activities are outdoor. Also, we consider that in endemic areas, indoor residual spray is concerned. So EES needs to do ground survey. And this is an entomological surveillance tool that we need to do. Human landing catch and larval survey. And next, you need someone to verify the types of mosquito that carry human diseases and that they are reproduced in the area. That is, you need to do human landing catch and larval survey. After that, you need to identify species, especially Anopheles species, and they can be tested for the disease. So we call the molecular genome monitoring. After you identify the species of Anopheles vector, you dissecting and then get the sporozoa and then process to study more about drug resistance. I won't talk about the detail about this, but we had done already. So how we apply the EES, the ecotope with human and mosquito, we can apply. The first study of about EES is we apply in the malaria-associated rubber plantation of Thailand. It's the first target that Professor Adisak and I written already. And EES show the degree to which the ecotope can be used to identify malaria infection pockets. How we use the EES to determine filariasis in a known transmission area. That is our next study. First, we demonstrate that parasite can be found as predicted in the vector, and demonstrate the finding the parasite in vector is ecotope dependent. That is to say that there are specific geographic characteristics that allow us to predict where infection is likely to occur. So first, let me review the disease background about the lymphatic filariasis causes public health problem in Thailand and Southeast Asia. We have Buckian filariasis caused by Buckia malaria is a zoonotic diseases in that domestic animals such as cat and dog are non-human reservoir. And Buckia pahangai and Dirofilaria also thrive in this natural reservoir host. So to determine the ecotope, we consider breeding paths of suspected vectors. From literature review, forest piswam was where we could find the main vector of Buckian filariasis. That is the breeding path of the Mansonia. This is the main vector of Buckia malaria in south of Thailand. And also we need to know about the Culex. The Culex, example Culex quinquefasciatus, that feed on human and animals. Prefer bird breeding place is stagnant water around human habitat. And also Anopheles prefer breeding in natural setting and clear water, or slow running moving water. For the Aedes, famous for breeding in container and warm water near the house or human containers. Also the Amygdalus subabatus, they breed and feed on humans and animals near the houses. We also did the larval survey and found breeding pairs in these pictures. They like to breed in the dirty water. For study, by using EES applied to determine the filariasis in south of Thailand. In 2002, the main filariasis vector in south of Thailand was documented as Mansonia. Prophylactic mass treatment was done in study site, Surat Thani province. Also this area, the agricultural practice has changed and new plantation replaced the forest piswam in this area. This study area, no human cases were reported. But because filariasis developed slowly in humans, we looked for parasite in the reservoir. We took blood from cats and dogs in the evening and mapped the houses that we took blood, and also mapped the house whose dog or cats positive for microfilaria. We took blood of cat dogs in the village 11 in this study site. The red spot indicated the positive microfilaria in cats and dogs. Blue dots are the negative samples. So after mapping, we got 3 clusters of infected cats and dogs. So let me call ecotope A, B, and C. This is a positive microfilaria in cats and dogs. And we can see the cluster negative in cat of microfilaria in cats and dogs. After mapping, if we put the control, we found that ectotope A, B, and C is in 70 meters above sea levels, whereas ectotope D is on 40 meters above sea levels. And then we summarize characteristics of each ecotopes. So filariasis ecotopes characteristics is composed of spatial data and non-spatial data. So we survey and then put the pictures of the environment of ecotope A, ecotope B, and ecotope C. A, B, and C is quite at the same environment. And the local mosquito also quite the same, but ecotope D, that the reservoir without microfilaria, is close to the forest peat swamp. We proceed to survey the disease in mosquito, catching in each of ecotopes. After catching, identify the mosquito were identified in the field with a stereo microscope. After that, dissect immediately to look for the filarian worm. We found the worm only in the Amygdala subabatus. EES allow us to provide information for entomological data comparisons. And we found that the amygdales were the most aggressive man-biter in ectotope A to C, but the Mansonia was still biting people in ectotope D. After that, the infection rates of Amygdala subabatus can be calculated and tabulated and compared by seasons. So this is the data comparison of Amygdala subabatus infected with the filarian worms. And we also can calculate man-biting rate, positive man-biting rate, and infectivity rate. And also we count the worm load of filarian in the Amygdala subabatus in dry season and rainy season. This is a slide show the Amygdala subabatus larvae that now is eating the Culex larvae, crow beating. So what have we learned about parasitology by using ES? For filariasis is potential transmission by Amygdala subabatus exhibit average positive man-biting rate per ecotope is 0.03 for dry season and 0.08 for wet season, whereas lowland ecotope as control had no potential of transmission. For malaria, we found that Anopheles, Dirus, Maculatus, Minimus, and Aconitus payroll in transmission, slowly positive man-biting, showing positive man-biting rate per ecotope 0.03 for dry season, 0.06 in the wet season. Moreover, this vector carry multi-drug resistant Plasmodium vivax malaria parasites. So conclusion, develop ES provide the evidence of the potential transmission of mosquito-borne diseases, malaria and filariasis, and hence establishing the need for monitoring and infection pockets for both diseases. Why promote EES? Because the vector control in rural area is not generally efficient for sustainable. Also, vector control in rural area is harmful to beneficial insects and their biomes. And however, vector control where there is likely human contact can be targeted if we learn enough about the disease endemicity and transmission. We cannot eradicate a disease from an area if we wait for a human case to begin intervention. So the difficulties. The difficulty to validate EES require timely epidemiologic data information obtained from surveillance and reporting system, the knowledge of mosquito-promoting ecotones, the knowledge of the biting and breeding habits of mosquito.
Dr.
Need
Proper,
the
sorry, there is no enough time. Sorry.
A little bit
Okay.
of local data of investigate and how people got infected and where. Sometimes it's mosquito got infection, different species from patient who got infection. Acknowledgement. We would like to thank research funder, National Research Council of Thailand, Faculty of Public Health, Burapha University, Faculty of Geoinformatics, Burapha University. Thanks our team. Appreciate thanks to Assistant Professor Dr. Nono A. Markworth, Professor Adisak Bumiratana. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Propa, for your great work and the great presentation. Thank you. Any questions for her?
Okay. Our next speaker will be Dr. Innocent Onyesom from Delta State University in Nigeria. And he will talk about molecular modulation of PF71, a Plasmodium falciparum cytosolic HSP70 chaperone.
Molecular slides. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onyesom from the Department of Medical Biochemistry, Delta State University, Abraka. I want to first thank the organizers of this conference for this privilege to present this work on molecular modulation of PFHSP71, a Plasmodium falciparum cytosolic HSP70 chaperone. Okay. Can I use this one? So I would like to provide background information, a way of introduction. Malaria is a mosquito-borne infectious disease transmitted by the Plasmodium, especially falciparum parasite. Despite the global efforts to eradicate malaria, the scourge has remained, threatening the health of several people, especially children and pregnant women in sub-Saharan Africa. WHO reported that in 2013, there were 198 million cases of malaria worldwide, which resulted in an estimated 584,000 to 855,000 deaths. The majority, about 90% of which occurred in Africa, and out of which Nigeria accounts for a quarter of all the cases in Africa. Malaria has been reported to be the commonest disease in Nigeria, And almost all cases in the country are caused by Plasmodium falciparum. In the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, that is where my institution is located, it's in the south-south part of the country. High malaria transmission and virulence have been observed. Cases of transplacental malaria transmission and hence congenital cases of the infection have been documented in same area. Cerebral malaria induced by Plasmodium falciparum has been also reported in both humans and mice. The economic burden of the disease, particularly in Africa, is becoming overwhelming and has continued to impoverish the continent. Malaria-associated mortality and morbidity rates are becoming worrisome because the disease prevention strategies and treatment approaches have not yielded significant impact in reducing rates of transmission and infectivity due to challenging factors. These overwhelming factors include growing incidence of drug resistance and adulteration, control and treatment failures, and lack of effective vaccines. Therefore, the identification of druggable targets for the development of novel anti-malaria agents have become urgent and pivotal in research endeavors. Plasmodium falciparum heat shock protein 71 has been identified to play an important role in parasite survival in the host. This parasite protein is therefore currently being studied as a potential drug target for possible development of novel and anti-malaria agents. The method we adopted for the research, the Plasmodium falciparum heat shock protein chaperone was expressed. First of all, it was cloned and then expressed and purified from E. coli SL1 blue strain using molecular biology tools and recombinant techniques. And the results are shown. The first one, figure 1A there, is the expression of the protein in E. coli, and then the B is the purification of the protein. So 71 was successfully purified at relatively high heat and to a high degree of purity following buffer exchange. And this allowed for comprehensive in vitro studies on the effects of a tyrosine dimethylene blue on the ATPase and aggregation suppression activities of 71 protein. These two represent the chaperone activity of the protein. So the first graph A shows the ATPase activity of 71 in the absence, and the blue one presence of methylene blue. So the basal steady state ATPase activity of 71 was 3.7 micromolar per mil, and in the presence of methylene blue, the value reduced to 1.7, and that is about 54% decrease in 71 ATPase activity in the presence of methylene blue. Then the B is the fold 71 ATPase activity. It was also significantly reduced in the presence of methylene blue to about 60%. So methylene blue inhibited both basal and fold 71 ATPase activity. That is the rate of luciferase aggregation, the second parameter that we studied, the aggregation of luciferase, a protein, by 71. The first figure there represents the rate at which the aggregation was observed over an hour period. It was monitored every 5 minutes. And then figure 4 represents the rate of luciferase aggregation suppression by 71. Now, if you look at the figure, the first one, 71 and methylene blue, they are stable, thermally stable, and that is why the aggregation is low. But luciferase, see, is not stable. It was affected by the heat because that experiment was done at around 43 degrees centigrade. So you can see luciferase bar, and that is the reference point, 100% suppressed. Then the 71 and methylene blue, you can see. So methylene blue alters the thermal stability of 71, the thermal stability of luciferase, and then put together also there is a synergistic effect, and that one you have well beyond 100%. But two striking observation in the presence of ATP. In the presence of ATP, there is a change in response. Instead of aggregation suppression by 71 protein, there is binding. 71 protein preferably binds to ATP, and the ability to suppress the aggregation of luciferase is lost. That is second to the last bar. But when you add methylene blue, such responsiveness to ATP is lost. And that is why in the last bar, the aggregation suppression was significantly reduced. In other words, in the presence of methylene blue, the binding of 71 to ATP is lost. Okay, we have explained this one. Conclusion. In all, we observed that methylene blue inhibited the ATPase activity of 71 plasmodium protein and modulated its chaperone activities, aggregation suppression, and responsiveness to ATP molecule through alteration of the plasmodium protein's thermal stability. This demonstrated impacts of methylene blue on 71 showed that 71 could be a druggable target for novel anti-malaria agents. However, chaperones do not function in isolation, but in association with cofactors and co-chaperones. Plasmodium falciparum Bishop protein 40 has been observed to stimulate the ATPase and aggregation suppression activities of 71 in vitro, demonstrating a role for PFHSP40 as co-chaperone to 71 in the cytosol. In view of this chaperone-co-chaperone interaction, the effects of several inhibitory molecules on the synergistic enhanced function of 71 need to be verified for further understanding. So that might be the next action, next line of research. I want to especially thank the research committee of the Delta State University Abraka, who approved and facilitated the award of the TED Fund Research Grant. And then our unreserved gratitude to Professor Admon Shonai, the head department of biochemistry, University of Venda, Tohoyando in South Africa, for making his laboratory facilities readily available for the conduct of the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent, for your talk. Any questions?
Yes, thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, you say that this is a congenital disease. Which is the percentage of the human that are with the parasito that transmit to offspring the disease, the plasmodium? All the human infected transmitting to the fetus? there are maternal fetal transmission.
Okay. During my background information, in my area, there are some documented evidence that there is transplacental transmission of the infection. And so you can have congenital cases of malaria infection. We have seen that, and I have been part of that work that demonstrated such in our environment. So it's possible that you could have transplacental transmission of the parasite.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is methylene blue at the concentrations that you see that it's active in vitro?
15 nanometer.
Yes. Is it
nanomolar.
And what is the concentration at which methylene blue is active in vivo? Is comparable?
I didn't do that one. But some time ago, methylene blue has been used as anti-malarial agent, but I didn't look at that one. The concentration we used was 50 nanomolar methylene blue.
Okay. Thank you. Are any other questions? Then we thank you.
But well, let me just get the presentation first. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to tell you about the problems we encountered with regard to the molecular diagnosis of tularemia infections of wildlife, but especially buffalo from South Africa. Now you might wonder why especially buffalo. It is because buffalo serve as the reservoir host for buffalo-derived tularemia parva infections that cause this fatal lymphoproliferating disease in cattle. Apart from that, they're also the part of the charismatic Big Five of South Africa, and a very lucrative part of the South African wildlife industry. Before translocation of buffalo in South Africa can occur, they have to be certified disease-free, and this includes them to being tested for bovine tuberculosis, brucellosis, corridor disease, which is tularemia parva, as well as foot and mouth disease. These strict control measures for the movement of buffalo in South Africa came about because we are the only African country that were able to eradicate East Coast fever through an intensive dipping, slaughter, and quarantine campaign over a period of 54 years. And to date, we don't have a carrier state in the field under cattle in field conditions. Having said all that, if we look at the distribution of corridor disease in South Africa, it is still limited to the endemic region, being the Kruger National Park as well as the Hluhluwe and Mfolozi Park, including regions bordering and between these. This correlates to what we know about the distribution of the vector ticks, which are Rhipicephalus ampedigulatus, Rhipicephalus zambiziensis, and Rhipicephalus duttonii. If I were to take you back to the history of the diagnosis of the disease since Arnold Tyler in 1904, it would follow the trend of the available technologies for the day and age, but briefly, you had to demonstrate the two stages of the parasite on a blood smear, which is the pyroplasms in the red blood cells and the schizons in the white blood cells. Also taking in consideration that the clinical disease manifestation allows you about 10 days before the animal dies. In the meanwhile, you can try xenodiagnosis with clean ticks, feeding them on acute sick animals and tried to carry over the disease to susceptible animals. After that, they followed the used indirect fluorescent antibody tests, but there they ran into trouble with regard to cross-reactivity, as well as the fact that these carrier animals have not high enough and circulating antibody levels to be detectable by these assays, leading to false negative interpretations. Currently, we are using a panel of tests which include the indirect fluorescent antibody test as well as 2 real-time PCR assays that targets the 18S rRNA gene. The first was compromised in specificity because it amplifies 2 other Theileria species as well, namely Theileria species buffalo and Theileria species buchas fly. This increased the risk of misdiagnosis of a percentage of the population, especially in the case of carrier animals that have mixed infections, as they have very low parasitemias. The second was developed to overcome this problem, as it was not affected by mixed infections. Both PCR assays have comparable sensitivities, and we're mandated to do both of them in the disease monitoring of these animals. Now, the problem was not the development and the validation of these assays. The problem came in as soon as we started screening field samples. The field samples showed bad amplifications, they had aberrant melting peaks, they had suppression and hook effects, making interpretation of the results really a nightmare. So to look at the reasoning behind this, we had to address a few questions first. We wanted to know what the diversity in the Theileria genus was, especially the hypervariable region that we are amplifying during these assays. This would confirm the specificity of the current PCR primer set. Secondly, we wanted to know what the parasitemia ranges for these other genotypes were. And with the current data at hand, we were not able to extrapolate this type of data, so we had to develop new quantitative PCR assays to generate quantitative data that we can extrapolate these values from. Thirdly, we wanted to know if both of these genotypes causes PCR suppression, and if we could generate the type of data from the quantitative assays, we could answer that question. Lastly, we were interested to look at the geographic distribution of these genotypes, as nothing was really known about them at that time. So how about to go addressing these issues? We sampled DNA from buffalo blood from the endemic as well as the non-endemic regions of South Africa, including the 4 neighboring countries. We sampled cattle from dip tanks in the endemic and non-endemic regions. All the samples were tested on the hybridization assay, and the Theileria parva infections were confirmed using the hybrid 2, as well as screening them on the newly developed LNA probe-based assays for Theileria species buffalo and Theileria species buchas fly. The resulting qualitative data could then be used to extrapolate parasitemia ranges for these different parks. And to further address the diversity in buffalo, we used a conventional cloning and sequencing approach, as well as next-generation sequencing. An overview of the sample localities represent all 9 provinces in South Africa, as well as our neighboring countries, 4 neighboring countries. The results of the reverse line blot compared to the conventional cloning and sequencing approach demonstrated that the conventional cloning and sequencing approach were able to detect more genotypes than the reverse line blot alone. It also confirmed that buffalo carry more genotypes than cattle. The major reason for this might be that the reverse line blot utilizes universal probes, which would favor the most abundant template during PCR amplification. In a more recent study, we used the next-generation sequencing approach and confirmed all genotypes identified with the conventional sequencing approach. Those were the 8 specific for buffalo, 5 specific for cattle, and the 5 that were shared between buffalo and cattle, including the 4 Theileria parva variants. It also increased the sample coverage by a factor of 10, and the results correlated 97% to the real-time PCR data. Comparing the parasitemia ranges for the different parks, it was evident that all the genotypes had overlapping parasitemia ranges. However, Theileria species buffalo occurred in a slightly higher concentration than Theileria species Buchas flay, implicating it as the major culprit in PCR suppression. However, the genotypes ranged, all the parasitemias ranged from 10 to the minus 4 to 10 to the minus 1, but there were significant differences between the national parks. Theileria parva in the Kruger National Park and Hangwe National Park in Zimbabwe gave a wider range from 10 to the minus 4 to 10 to the minus 1, and in contrast, ranges in Marakele National Park in South Africa, Niasa National Park in Mozambique, and Khaudum in Namibia were narrower, with ranges from 10 to the minus 3 to 10 to the minus 1, while Chobe National Park in Botswana was consistently below 10 to the minus 2%. These phenomena need further studies, but might be related to tick density versus park size and various other possible causes as well. But keep in mind, we do not know what the vector ticks for these two genotypes are yet. We did a small pilot study to assess the differences we saw in the parasitemia ranges in the Kruger National Park, as well as to look at the geographic distribution of these genotypes in the park. We chose the Kruger National Park because it's within the endemic region of the vector tick and the parasite. We found 70% of the sample population positive for Theileria parva on real-time PCR compared to 64% on reverse line blot, and this was comparable to previous studies done in the park. Many had mixed infections with Theileria mutans and Theileria volifera, with no link to geographic localization. What was interesting was the definite localization patterns we saw for Theileria species buffalo and Buchas flay, with Theileria species buffalo concentrated to the north and the south of the park, and Theileria species buffalo to the center. This gave us a notion that maybe these two genotypes are not just two different genotypes, they might be two different species. And to determine if it was a distinct distribution and not an artifact, we demonstrated co-infection rates or calculated co-infection rates for other Theileria species as well as described for the investigation for competitive exclusion between parasites, where the formula treats the presence or absence of a parasite as a phenotypic character, with a positive value implying positive correlation between parasites, and a negative value implies an avoidance or competitive exclusion between parasites. Based on this formula, for mixed infections with Theileria parva, both genotypes showed a low positive correlation with an inverse negative correlation for the opposite genotype, meaning that you will either get the one or the other in the mixed infections with Theileria parva, but hardly ever both of them. There's also, to confirm whether or not these are now different species, we decided to look at the cytochrome oxidase 1 gene and perform a Bayesian analysis of it for the Theileria genus. The cytochrome oxidase 1 gene is regarded as the barcode of life, and it indicated that all the members of the Theileria tarutrargi clade grouped as distinct genotypes. This included the known species of Theileria annulata and Theileria lestucardi, Theileria parva, and Theileria tarutrargi. Theileria species Buchas flay grouped genetically closely closer to Theileria parva than Theileria species buffalo, and all samples from this specific genotype grouped within their respective clades, with no support for the monopoly of Theileria species buffalo and Theileria species Buchas flay. For confirmation, we submitted our aligned sequences to the automatic gap discovery server, and it separated the data into the same 9 groups as what we got with the Bayesian analysis. So, in conclusion, It is evident that the 18S gene has practical implications in diagnostic assay design. Even with the rapid expansion in diagnostic abilities and technologies, the basic principles designing assays stays the same, as you need finite knowledge about the genotypes circulating in the host under study. This is especially true in the case of mixed infections with the same genus and is limited in assay design because of genetic closely related species. All the assays we used had limited sensitivity irrespective of the technology, and the reverse line blot were less sensitive than conventional sequencing, although the conventional sequencing gave enough sequencing depth to cover the diversity in the 18S gene in the absence of next-generation sequencing technologies. Next-generation sequencing, on the other hand, cannot be used for absolute quantification, as we did not find a correlation with parasitemia, real-time PCR CP values, and the number of sequences obtained. Next-generation sequencing were, however, able to increase the genotypes found in cattle from 4 to 7 and 7 to 10 in buffalo, but we were unable to find the correlation between quantitative real-time PCR's calculated parasitemia values. However, by targeting this gene, we were able to assess the Theileria genus diversity within buffalo and cattle and from South Africa. We confirmed that the only templates that possess the same sequences as the primers used in the hybridization PCR assay is still Theileria parva, Theileria species buffalo, and Theileria species buchas flay, and that the Theileria parva is the only genotype that possesses the hybrid 2 assay primer pair. No other genotype circulating in buffalo or cattle in South Africa as such would affect the hybridization or the hybrid 2 assay with regard to specificity or PCR suppression. Therefore, the real-time assays remains the method of choice for the diagnosis of Theileria parva in African buffalo for the monitoring of disease status of buffalo herds in South Africa. I would just like to acknowledge my colleagues in the Kruger National Park, Dr. Roy Benjes, as well as Mr. Art Bakker in the laboratory, my colleagues from Honor Support Veterinary Research Institute, Professor Ben Mans and Professor Abdallah Latif. And this project was funded by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries of South Africa. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much for a good presentation. Pleasure. Now, clinically, which of the two species, the buffalo or the cattle, suffers more from disease? And why?
Well, it's definitely the cattle, because the buffalo remains carriers of the disease. They're not affected by the parasite. If it's transmitted to cattle, it causes really the lymph nodes start to really proliferate, like it looks like cancerous lymph nodes if you were supposed to, if you dissect it. And they have this very much edema in the lungs and around the heart, so they basically drown in their own the fluids in the lungs, so they suffer really a lot.
Is cattle being here?
Oh.
Is being treated when they get the disease? Is there a treatment?
Well, in South Africa, it's illegal to treat cattle, because we do not want the carrier state back in South Africa where it's transmitted from cattle to cattle. So even the treatment that they use for buffalo and cattle in the rest of Africa is not available. You're not supposed to find it in South Africa, although we know that some people do get it somehow. But if you use it, you just create a bigger problem for yourself, because you create a carrier state on your farm. And the next season, when the ticks, the nymphal stages hatch again and they feed on your animals and they molt and carry over to the other animals, you have an outbreak again. So it won't solve your problems. You're just creating a bigger problem. That's why we want to prevent it from happening again.
the immune response and the challenges ahead. So first, introduction about the stats of the poultry in India and how much damage the coccidiosis causes to the poultry in India. India holds third position in the world in egg production. Poultry meat production in India is about 2.2 million tons per year. And about 3 million people in India are directly linked to the poultry industry, contributing $5.7 billion annually to the national GDP. So it's by A.K. Tiwari and B.R. Marana. So losses due to the coccidiosis cost the global poultry industry in excess of 500 million pounds per annum. Now, this coccidiosis is in fact its intestinal protozoal infection. It's caused by about 7 species of the genus Aemira. So there are 7 species: Aemira tenella, Aemira nicatrix, Aemira broniti, Aemira maxima, and Aemira acerulina, and Aemira mitis, and Aemira precox. These are the 7 species which are usually infecting the chicken, and they are arranged in the order of their pathogenicity, and each species is very unique, both immunologically and its ability to parasitize the particular tissue of the GI tract. So this is the slide showing the 5 common species of this Aemira. So you can see the, in fact, particular tract of the intestine. These are 5 common species of the Aemira. Now, the aim of this presentation is just to highlight the extent of the pathology caused and the economic loss caused by the coccidiosis, and that's my work, in fact. Whereas I was just also try to review the current progress in our understanding of the host immune response to the Aemira, and another aim is to discuss the potential strategies which could be taken or which are currently being developed for coccidiosis control. First, a look at the life cycle of the Aemira. You can see these trophozoites. They are in the intestine, in the gut of the bird. They undergo schizogony and releasing the merozoites, which can form the gametocytes and developing into the oocyst. Then oocysts are shed out along with the feces, but they need outside the body of the bird. Outside, they get sporulated, and if they remain unsporulated or non-infective, and once they get sporulated outside the body, they become infective. And these sporulated oocysts are then, then they are when taken by the host, by bird, so they undergo excistation and releasing the sporozoites, which can reinfect the intestine and all that. So this is the life cycle of the Aemira. Now this shows the gross pathology caused by Aemira tenella. You can see here, so it's causing the ceca, completely hemorrhage of the cecum. This ceca gets filled with the blood, and you can, if it is visible, you can see there is the anemia in the bird, which is evident from its whiteness of the muscles, severe anemia, and this is the pathology of the cecum. This is the uninfected bird. These are the infected birds. You can see here beautiful elongated those villi. These are completely devastation of the mucosa. So then this shows the endogenous phase of this Aemira. Now coming to the review part of this immune response to Aemira. Aemira elicits both non-specific and the specific immune response, which are very well documented by these authors. The non-specific immune response includes physical barriers, phagocytes, leukocytes, chemokines, and complement components. And specific immune response includes humoral immune response as well as the cell-mediated immune response. Now, regarding the humoral immune response, following coccidiosis, we find both circulating and the secretory antibodies specific for the coccidial parasites. They are detected in serum, bile, and intestine. There are only 3 isotypes of the antibodies which are recognized in birds. That's IgM, IgA, and IgY, which is an ortholog of the IgG of the mammalian. And the presence of other antibodies like IgD and IgE has not been documented in the birds. So, and this maternal IgY, it's having the tendency, it gets concentrated in the yolk sac of the eggs, where it's transported to the embryo during the development. This shows this sort of maternal passive immunity provided by this IgY. Then and it has been also documented that the hens hyperimmunized with the gametocyte surface antigens of Aemira maxima. They are passively transfer the antibodies in the young birds, again showing this sort of maternal inheritance involved. So there is definitely humoral immune response involved, but the role of this humoral immune response is very much limited, which is evident from the fact that if the chicken are bursectomized, when we remove the bursa of the chicken, bursa of fabricius, so they still those chicken are resistant to the reinfection with the coccidia, showing that if the bursa is removed, although B cells don't get the maturation, still the chicken are resistant to the reinfection, showing the limited role of this humoral response. And there is no correlation seen between the antibody titers in the serum and the intestine with the level of protection after oral infection coccidia, again showing the limited response. However, the antibodies generated against the specific epitopes of the coccidian parasites has been shown to be beneficial against the coccidiosis infection. Now, regarding the cell-mediated immune response, which is the dominant immune response, in fact, involved in the coccidial infection, which becomes evident from the fact that if the thyroidectomy is performed, or if we use cyclosporin or betamethasone, or depleting the cells, CD8 cells, so still. And there is complete impairment of the host protective immunity, so completely showing that this is the actual man-dominant part of the immune response which is involved in the coccidial infection. So cell-mediated response is the man-dominant part of the coccidial immune response. So, and these scientists, Lillich and Joy, Miller, they used in the in vitro culture, they have shown that splenocytes from the Aemira tenella immune chickens, they inhibited the intracellular development of Aemira tenella in the kidney cells. They have shown this by in vitro experimentation, although the cells involved may be the natural killer cells because they are not displaying any sort of MHC restriction. Role of GT cells in the gut, it has in the gut intraepithelial lymphocytes having the predominant GT cells present an important component of the gut-associated lymphoid tissue. This is by Guy, Grant, et al. Following the primary and the secondary infections with Aemira acerulina, an increased percentage of intraepithelial GDT cells was observed in the duodenum. Then role of CDT cells or CD8 plus cells or TC cells is also evident from the fact that in avian coccidiosis, selective elimination of the CD8 plus cells by anti-CD8 plus monoclonal antibodies resulted in increase of the disease, exacerbation of the disease, as evidenced by the increased oocyst shedding after the infection with Aemira tenella or Aemira acerulina. So significant increase of T cells expressing these CD8 plus molecules was noted in the intestinal IEL population following the challenge infections of chicken with Aemira acerulina. So now the challenges ahead are, while natural infection with Aemira species, it induces the immunity, but the vaccines are not so effective on the commercial scale. They show limited effectiveness. Live parasite vaccines are being labor intensive because there are multiple species of the Aemira. So, and in future, recombinant vaccines composed of parasite antigens, anticoding genes that elicit the coccidia specific immunity would be eminently preferable, but the difficulty remains to identify the antigens or the genes which are responsible for eliciting the protective immunity and to devise the most efficient delivery method for these recombinant vaccines to be delivered and presented by the bird's immune system. And main obstacle for the development of an antibody-based strategy against the avian coccidiosis is the existence of many different species of the Aemira. And the recent studies have provided much evidence that the molecular and the immunological-based strategies, such as recombinant vaccines and dietary immunomodulations, can enhance the gut immunity. Thus, successful application of new knowledge on host parasite immunology, gut immunity, and genomics in commercial settings will lead to the development of novel disease prevention strategies against the coccidiosis in near future. So vaccines available till date against this coccidiosis is based on it's based on, there are three types of vaccines available. One is vaccine based on the live virulent strands, second vaccines based on live attenuated strands, and the vaccines based on the live strands that are relatively tolerant to inophore compounds. In future vaccines, oocyst-based live vaccines are expected. Identification of selective coccidian-specific immunoprotective molecules is likely to get more attention to facilitate sustainable control of the poultry coccidiosis. Thank you so much.
What about the cells like macrophage
Sorry?
What about
Macrophage
the cells like macrophage or dendritic cells in the system of infection by a media?
They could be involved, but I have just reviewed the literature, immunological part. I can, discuss. My research was regarding the pathological part. In the immunological part, I just reviewed some of the aspects. So I have not gone through that macrophage part. Macrophage, there is the involvement.
Diagnose if poultry are infected by coccidia? So do you regularly check, let's say, all the chicken that go to the market if they are infected?
There is not such a particular protocol for that, in place. But in future, we are having some, trends of regarding the recombinant DNA technology. Recombinant vaccines could be in future. They can be of some hope in future. So it remains, it's not so well documented coccidiosis. So
okay,
that could be problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Usually use traditional treatments for coccidiosis? The normal people, do they use traditional treatments?
No. Actually, the problem is their, traditional. They don't use any specific traditional drug for that. So, but there are certain herbs could be there which are having these anti-coccidial properties. But still, less research has been conducted on those herbs which can be having some anti-coccidial properties. So that's why I searched for that, whether there could be some herbs having some anti-coccidial properties. Nothing was like that. And besides, villagers, especially because I am dealing with the backyard chicken, they usually prefer, they avoid, such medication because it could be very costly for them to go for those anti-coccidial drugs because, so that way, there is no such documentation on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.